Showtime in 60 seconds. "45 seconds. "30 seconds. The show will start in 15 seconds, and this is your last audible warning.
Previously on the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Did you start crying?
Didn't matter. Hold on. So Heather's like, didn't matter. Hold on. So the kids leaned over my knee. I lay in two. I lay in two.
Yeah.
I mean, wham, wham. And she looked at me. Julia looked
she said
at me.
Both your shows suck.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Broadcast rights for the Bubba the Love Sponge show have been granted to this station by the Bubba Radio Network and is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this production without the express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
Welcome. Who puts Tuttle up? Macho Man?
Yes.
Macho Man puts Tuttle. There we go. Tuttle's ready to go. Fantastic. Wednesday, June 4. The Bubba the Love Sponge show. Woo. What a day yesterday for me.
John Kostika, $100.
That was in after-hours trading yesterday,
Yes,
was
it
it
was.
not? I had an exchange with John yesterday. Good one at that. He's just such a great person, such a great friend. So, Tuttle, did you see where that Okeechobee thing had been canceled, which works out best for us because I saw your correspondence with us about having to do all kinds of, it just seemed like it would be very much a pain in your ass.
Neil Malpazier, $50.
Thank you, Neil.
It's not. It just, I had to shift some things around, and I didn't mind doing it. It's just that I had to move some things around to be able to make it work. So I apologize.
Did you turn on the Hall Echo effect for your Roadcaster because it's really hollowy?
No.
Macho, you hearing the same thing I am?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a little more. It's you've made some adjustment to it, Pat.
I haven't. I promise you, I haven't touched anything.
Lummy.
Tuttle, it sounds like you're off mic.
Yeah, it sounds like he's back from it a little bit.
I'm right.
No, he's working it the way he always does. It's got kind of a hollow. I can deal with it. I don't care. I really don't care. I can deal with it.
I'll work on it during the break.
I don't know, maybe no, it's fine. It's nothing to be sorry for. It's just either we've made some adjustment that we don't remember, or we have a bad connection, or multiple.
So, are we moving on from Whites for Warren?
No, I don't think so. I just got to get Tuttle with a person to record him there. The meeting, we didn't cancel it, Seth, because although we should have, because we don't have the manpower and we have not really organized it, but the municipality of Okeechobee canceled the meeting for tomorrow or today or whatever day. So they
knew I was coming.
Yeah, it was for tomorrow.
Oh, so did they reschedule it for
Yeah,
tomorrow?
the 19th.
Yeah. So, Seth, they rescheduled the meeting in itself, which is good for us because I could probably get the merch crick down there on the 19th easier than this week. This has been one hell of a week for her and me. And so, I think the whites for Warren would be a pretty good pop. I don't know. I mean, they're certainly not going to be expecting it. Nobody in Okeechobee wants to stick up for Warren Sapp. And we probably have to, again, and then as Tuttle, I saw the correspondence with Tuttle. He's like, I don't have any direction. Nobody's written me anything. So we all need to do that. And Tuttle, you're a good writer as well,
Okay.
And then
I'll send a rough draft.
Do you have a little mini Bluetooth deal like the size of a? Well, I've seen them like the size of maybe just a little large. They're like round.
Yeah.
And
the JBLs. I got one.
They actually produce pretty good sound.
Oh yes.
Yeah. Boy, you sound like crap. You really do. You really do. I don't know what it is. I don't know if you gotta. Do you gotta just?
I haven't done anything.
Just tentatively, can you look down at your Roadcaster and is there something that's in audition? Is there something that's feeding it differently? Just right off the top of your head.
I have it in mix minus on my output to you. Okay, so let me just go to advanced. Hold on here, presets, broadcast. Is that a little bit better?
No.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna have to restart everything and I'll reconnect
usually he sounds equally as processed. If not, sometimes Tuttle even sounds a little better than we do.
Yeah, sometimes a little better.
He sounds better, a little thicker, a little fuller.
The levels coming this way, Tuttle, aren't normal. They're low.
Okay, well, this is going to be driving me friggin' crazy, so I'm oh, damn it.
What, buddy? I mean, no.
I know you're right on the mic, but it sounds like you're using a different mic.
Yeah, are you using a different mic?
Okay, let me just reset everything and I'll do it. I'll get it taken care of because now it's going to bother me.
Don't get all,
Should we start sound checking before the show?
We did.
We did, but we didn't probably as extensively as we should have. So you're right on that. You're right on that. And then what else? What else was I thinking? Oh no, that happened at the track on Saturday night. We had a malfunction in the tower, and I turned to Joe Dirt, the announcer. Scoring was having an issue, and with not picking up the transponders or not going. There's this program called My Race Pass, and you have to be logged into that program to be able to time the cars. And our My Race Pass hookup wasn't working. So I turned to Joe.
The levels coming this way are lower than normal. I just took you off screen so we can do whatever.
Okay, I'm going to reset everything.
Now, hold on. Have you heard yourself just now? Macho, have you heard yourself?
I think that was over on Tuttle's side.
Oh, okay.
No, I had everything muted over here. So, that's why I think there might be an issue on y'all's end. Because I haven't changed.
I don't think he sounds bad right here.
Well, I think compared to what he usually sounds like. But did you hear what Macho Man just sounded like?
Yeah.
Macho, did you run your through?
I was on the phone with him.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Macho was
But
on
how did you hear
speakerphone.
Macho, though?
I don't know.
Speakerphone.
I feel like I'm chasing my tail right now. I don't even know what the hell's going on. So anyway, I had to yell. I turned to my announcer, to Joe Dirt, and I go, shouldn't this be something that we do like at 2:30 or 3 in the afternoon? Because like at 2:30 or 3 in the afternoon, I check all the wheel and lights to make sure they work in case I have to call that last minute electrician, make sure everything works. My race pass didn't work, and so we had to hand score it's just
man.
Yeah, whatever. It's kind of like what Tuttle's going through right now with his sound on his Roadcaster. So we can live with this, certainly, Tuttle. It's not a big deal, but it's got you freaked out.
I think he's gone.
My left. PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, The Bubba Army, also BubbaArmyTips.com. And let's not forget our very own John Costica, the steel-slinging madman from Valparaiso, Indiana, threw in $100 last night.
Yes, he did. And then Neil Montplaisir, $50 this morning.
Neil, I'm gonna start. I think, Neil, soon I'm going to get off my lazy ass and inventory all of my Packer stuff I got some really good Packer stuff. And since I don't have a son to leave it to,
Yeah.
I might.
Hello, Papa. Daddy. Hey, Daddy.
Seth, if you're in my spot and you had a really, really extensive card collection of a certain player, some of which is probably worth a few $1,000s, but you didn't have Sammy or you didn't have anybody.
Well, why are you going to wait? Why are you waiting to die before you give this to Neil Mount Plaisir? Are you selling it to him?
I'm selling
Is this about the Reggie White pants again without saying it?
No, this is about me becoming a minimalist and me having too much stuff. I think I might sell maybe not 1, 2, or 3, and maybe not my end piece of paint. Remember when I used to paint in my underwear?
Oh, yeah.
I get high and I go out there and paint in my underwear.
Some great stuff.
Well,
Shut the hell up, Lummy.
my abstract art, I might sell it too.
Oh,
Except for my last piece that says the end.
that's right.
That's the one. That's the piece I'm not.
What were you getting for those? Were people paying $500?
$500.
Oh
Yes.
Lord.
Dirt merchant, $10. Get
What do
better.
you mean? Oh Lord.
No. I mean,
There's
I'm
only
happy.
a certain amount of them.
No, I know, Bub. I was here for the for when you were doing the art hustle thing, man. It was a strong.
It's a strong hustle.
That's a strong. Yeah.
But I don't want to bring it back because I got so many other things to do.
No, you're an artist. You've moved on.
Yeah, I quit.
Yeah.
I quit.
You've done your finest work that you can do.
I actually have an end piece that says the end,
Wow.
and
It's
then
deep, like Game of Thrones.
and it's very deep, and the end is just like some abstract flow art with my handprint in the middle.
Leave it up to us, Bubba, to interpret what we see. It is art.
True.
Don't spoil it for us.
Tuttle, how you feeling now?
He's definitely not on the screen.
We're still working on it.
Oh, okay.
It's just us three, Sponjo.
So listen, Lummy. Last night, I'm in bed. It's about 6:30. I've had a really rough day. I've been arguing with the merch crick all day.
How you gonna go to sleep with the sun just blaring right in your window at that 6:30, man?
Blackout.
Jeez.
I got blackout. I got blackout shades.
This time of year has to be bad for you, right? When you're trying to go to sleep when it's still, the sun's out.
Well, I was just in a really foul mood yesterday, and she was just hitting me with just non-stop,
questions.
just bad stuff. This and this and this and this. And I'm like, well,
She's Peter Ducey, and you're the press secretary.
yeah. And I'm like, and then she's like, well, you got it. You got the text. And I'm like, I didn't get the text. She says, yes, you did. You got the text. Okay. Well, the text that I got doesn't have what you think was on it. So we argued. We were in bed, and I go, here, take my phone.
Oh no.
So here's the passcode.
Oh boy.
Get into my phone and go look at the text exchange.
And then get on top of me.
No, I was so not in a sexual mood last night because I was mad as hell.
Oh, no.
I'm like, go here's my phone. Here, let my face, or here's the passcode. Open it up. Go through my entire phone. Find the text exchange between Josh and some other dude, and that you say.
Does she think you're seeing another man?
No,
and that's why you wanted to.
No. But I'm having some work done. And she said that this dude laid out this work with a possible way to fix it. And I didn't have that text in the context that she thought I had. So all I had was a guy's number and his name, the guy that could potentially fix this problem that I have.
So you're trying to face your wife on a technicality last night at 6:30 in bed?
Oh, I'm so mad at her. You have no idea.
Oh, this poor.
Because she tells me it's all in the text. They laid it all out. I go, no, they didn't.
Oh, boy, that's not good.
She goes, yes, they did. I go, no, they didn't. They didn't lay anything out. The guy's telling me about this certain type of tree, and that's all I got.
Man.
And then she's like, well, they tell you about this, and they tell you about this. And I go, no, they don't.
Bubba, can I tell you something? I don't know. I think you should send her on like a spa day. And by a day, I mean maybe a few.
No.
I just think she needs a decompression.
So do
man.
I. So do I.
You sit in your chair every day. You get all your angst out on the radio 4 hours a morning.
Seth, I cannot tell you.
She's a busy bee for you.
Seth, I cannot tell you the last time I was able to sit in my chair for the full 30-minute cycle.
Oh no, that's not good.
So
You've
Tuttle,
only maxed out at 23 minutes, Bubba.
at any time, just jump in to see if you sound better.
Do I sound better now?
Yes,
Okay,
but now
cool.
you're too bassy.
Oh, damn it.
Now you're too bassy. So just turn the bass down a little bit, but we're really dialed in, like we're super close.
If I can just be Tuttle's representation for a second, he gets
Yes, now see, hold on. You got from repping Merch Crick.
Yeah.
I mean, you're quite the
shut that down.
Seth Rosenhaus over here.
Yeah.
All right. So go ahead, Seth Rosenhaus. Pick up your next client.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Well, I do think that Merch Crick deserves, some sort of spa day. Or
I'm not mad at her. It's just like she was wrong, and she's just greasing me with this, and I'm like,
punish her with some pleasure.
Yeah, treat her to a facial.
Okay, that's fine. Now.
Yeah. Now, the thing about Tuttle, Bubba, is that he, like, the technical stuff, it's really important to him. And when something, even if you just make a comment like it's too bassy, like, it completely freaks him out.
I gotta poop now.
Now you're perfect. You're perfect. It's absolutely perfect. Like, I wouldn't, in my opinion, I wouldn't make any adjustments. Now, do you really have to poop?
Yeah, because like I get bubble guts like when things aren't like going
my
like
pooping's been off a little bit too.
That's probably made you a little upset.
Yeah, I'm gonna start blaming that on Merch Crick too. You got me off my poop schedule because you got me all stressed out. Stress kills.
Did you know that they've done studies where that your gut health is directly related to your mental health?
Really?
Yeah, because
I know. Remember yesterday, I got into a large dissertation, maybe too long of one, of how I never thought panic attacks were real.
Yes.
And I thought panic attacks were for pussies. And I got into
They are.
And I got into my panic attack situation. And I was going to play this yesterday where depression is in that same league depression was in that same league with me with regards to panic attacks. I'm like, man, I mean, you're not going to kill your, depression, like, it's not that mean.
What do you want to say about it?
Everybody's depressed. You just deal with it. Just deal with it.
That's what people who aren't depressed say.
Right. So I didn't really think much about it. And then this guy dies of depression. And then I go back and look, I go back and find another article, clinical, that shows indeed depression, much like anxiety. I don't know if anxiety can kill, but it certainly does exist.
Berankis, the co-creator and the host of ESPN.
All right, so John Berankis died of being depressed.
John Berankis, the co-creator and the host of ESPN Sports Science, has died at the age of 54.
I think that show was just like what they kind of showed you, like the engineering and science behind.
It was very unique and very, very needed and kind of much where ESPN should be going instead of having more people yell at each other about who's better, LeBron.
About the same topic.
Yeah, I mean, this guy would show you pounds of pressure a running back would have when he's going through the hole. I mean, just
how like the velocity angle off of bat would equate to distance or something like that, right?
Yeah,
the science of sports. And do they still continue it on, or have they phased it out?
They got rid of it a while ago.
Well, see, that's the problem because you're right.
That's why I got depressed.
You got everybody arguing about, who's going to win the NBA Finals, transgender athletes, who's better, LeBron or Magic or Michael, how
the Cowboys going to do this year.
How the Cowboys going to do this year is did the Bears finally build a good enough offensive line around Caleb Williams to give him a few more seconds? The NFC North divisions coming, like just the same stuff. There's only a certain amount of sports. And so this is where I shouldn't say that ESPN should be headed, but it certainly was probably a nice change of pace. Right?
Yes, it was.
Like, man, a ball comes on, a pitcher pitches the ball 100 mile an hour. On a big gorilla like, Aaron Judge, the ball can exit the bat at 130 some miles an hour. That's fascinating to me. I saw one Seth, that had to do about racing, and they would actually put the amount of downforce and how many pounds were on the ground as far as the spoilers and like how much downforce they had.
It would show you the airflow going over the cars as well too, like which was really, really amazing because it gave you an idea of what the drivers were actually dealing with.
Now
I sent you like the force that it shows. Like I sent you for Ray Lewis, like his tackling, which was pretty cool because they showed like inside the body.
I would have never have canceled this if I was Sports Center. I would have said we need more of this type of stuff.
Like if you go like 3 minutes and 14 seconds.
I didn't see you there. I'm UFC fighter Michael Chandler. When it comes to polishing champion.
Remember, they've been purging talent for a while, so they could afford Stephen A. Smith and Pat
But how
McAfee.
does the play at the plate compared to a running back?
Let me, where am I going
like
to?
if you go to like 320, it like shows like all the different force and how many pounds of pressure.
Our baseline.
Oh yeah, this is the kind of stuff I want to watch.
Accelerated up to 18 miles an hour and blasted
This is Pete Rose stuff right here, isn't it?
Right,
to the catcher with an impact of 1,600 pounds of force.
I mean, think about. I don't think do they have they outlawed plate collisions?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, they have.
Well, I mean, for the most part, though, the runner still has the right to the plate, just like the catcher does.
No. It used to be the runner didn't have the right to the plate. The catcher could block the plate however he wanted, and I think just in the last 5 years they've made that rule.
I thought they tweaked that once Buster Posey broke his leg.
Yeah, they did. I think they tweaked it, Seth, where the catcher has to leave, like he can position his body over the plate, but he has to leave like a corner of the plate facing third base open so the guy can get his hand in there. Is that right, Lummy?
Yes.
So you can't
block the whole thing.
Back in the day, Johnny Bench would just park his ass right in front, like there was no way to get in.
Neil Malplaisir, $50.
Thank you, Neil Malplaisir.
So dumb. I'd be giving you a clear path right to home plate.
So now this is Ray Lewis.
Yes.
He got up to 12 miles an hour and smashed into the dummy with a massive 2,200 pounds of force. That's nearly 38% more force than the collision at home.
Man, do you know how much that would absolutely make you just pass out?
There are two reasons why. The first reason is that the catcher is stationary.
All right,
Ray and the ball carrier.
Anyway, this guy, I had it. Let me, where was it?
So he was depressed.
Yes.
And
Yes.
so he killed himself.
Yes, the guy that invented
Sports
science died of depression. And so I'm thinking, that isn't a real thing, depression. How can you die from depression? Well, I guess you can. I guess you just get so depressed you don't want to live. Like how does it work?
Well, for one, you stop taking care of yourself.
I guess let's talk to probably Tuttle. Have you suffered bouts of depression?
Yeah. Because there'll be times when you get so depressed, like you stop taking care of yourself. You stop eating.
I need that one. I need that form of depression where you stop eating.
Well, but I mean, but then it's unhealthy. When you do eat, it's basically junk.
Let me see my picture. See my little shirt today?
Yes.
That's an old school Pookie shirt right there.
That's cool.
And isn't that beautiful? I miss her. I saw pictures of her. You know, your phone sometimes will be like throw in like a memories kind of deal, memories, and it goes through like a little montage with some music.
Do all yours make you so depressed that you want to throw your phone?
No, not all of them. Well, the Tyler ones and the Pookie and the Peaches ones make me cry.
What about Boo Boo?
Boo Boo I loved Boo Boo, but it wasn't my dog. It was her dog.
Yeah.
Brinkus is the CEO of Brinks TV and passed away after a battle with depression on Saturday. Sports Science won 6 Sports Emmy Awards since its debut back in...
Man, if it won 6 Emmys, why would you have pulled that off the air?
2008. Brankus was known for demonstrating scientific principles through sports during his segments and shows, often having professional athletes participate alongside him. In a statement posted on his social media, his family and friends encourage anyone who is struggling with depression to seek help. John Brankus was an innovator, an entertainer, and an educator. He will be missed by many. He was just 54 years old.
He had tried to kill himself once before.
Amazing look.
He did?
He had a noose around his neck, yeah. He talked about it on one of his shows after he came out of that depression, and he talked about what a horrible spot he was in. So
really?
So it's tough that he fell back.
So he had tried that once before?
Yeah.
It finds lifestyle. This is a really interesting.
So I went and found, Lummy, I tried to find a story about people like depression being a real thing to kill yourself over.
Yeah.
Interesting story. A new study that finds lifestyle factors may play more of a role in reducing the risk of depression than genetics.
I'm depressed all the time.
And if you're depressed,
I've been depressed since the day the tape.
You got a reason to be.
The day the sex tape came out, I've been depressed since the day the Cox fired me.
Well, that's why you should have been talking to somebody this whole time and not using this platform as your therapy because it hasn't worked.
Well, I can't talk to. I can't talk to a therapist.
Thank
about
you.
this.
Why? Can I? If it's good enough for Tony Soprano, why wouldn't it be good enough for you?
I'm not Tony Soprano. One is expensive.
Yes.
More than 21 million adults in the U.S. had at least one major depressive episode in 2021.
One? I got one like every couple days.
Stephanie Ramos joins us with the details on this. Good morning, Stephanie.
Good morning, Lindsay. This is a large study out of the UK that looked at nearly 300,000 people over 9 years, an extensive study, and it found healthy lifestyle factors reduce the risk of depression. So what are those factors? Well, the study examined...
I hate cucumbers. I'll tell you that right now.
7 of them. Moderate alcohol consumption, healthy.
I don't drink alcohol. But I don't have a healthy diet.
Your diet's not that bad, is it?
My diet isn't probably that bad, but it needs to be better. Regular physical activity. I work out. I don't smoke. I don't know what does that mean?
Low sedentary.
That means
you don't move.
You sit a lot.
Yeah, that's a problem.
I think you got to keep playing it so we can read the rest.
I will.
Diet, regular.
All right, so there's it there. Okay, so I don't have. Okay. No, maybe, no, maybe, no, I sleep well. And no. So I shouldn't be depressed. Because I think you got to have more than 2 of these, don't you? I only have 2.
Well, I mean, you throw in the factors of also, your life being ruined and other things. I mean, those could override.
Yeah,
that you sleep well.
They should put at the top of their life being ruined because of a sex tape.
Right.
Physical activity, no smoking, low sedentary.
What?
Do you sleep well because you naturally sleep well, or of your concoction you sleep well?
Yeah.
Because there's a difference between actually getting natural sleep instead of ether ragging yourself.
You know the answer to that. I buy ether by the gallons.
Carry activity, sleeping well, and social connection. It combined them into a so-called lifestyle score. And the higher the
my score is.
person's lifestyle score, the more the risk of depression dropped, even when there is a high genetic risk. As for cautions about the study, the assessment of the lifestyle factors is a bit subjective. Also, it was not very representative of minority populations. But the bottom line from the study, the healthier the lifestyle, the lower the risk of depression.
Lummy, Rumble's got some idiot on there right now.
I better watch.
Uh-oh.
Brandon Lutnick is the big box.
Lutnick!
Hold on. He's got 13 followers.
Ooh.
This guy that's on the big box right now, Lummy, where we're supposed to be.
Yeah.
If you click his name, which go ahead and do it.
Yeah, I saw it.
He's got 13 followers.
He's
How
new
many does he got live?
This is just his second show, Bubba.
I don't know how many he's got live. Lummy, you can look that up. But we're on the second box, not doing nearly as well as we usually do. Usually we're at 10,000. They're jipping us off right now, Lummy.
I think something happened because he's not even live.
Oh, can you make all these notes, just
Yes.
a rock?
Yeah.
Question, guys.
A lot of good advice here. Okay, Stephanie, thanks very much.
All right, good.
This is a really interesting story.
Suffer from all of it. Now, talk about depressed. I've never not been the front page right out of the hole. We're always the front page right out of the hole.
We just got kicked off after a couple of minutes.
Sometimes, they'll switch us out at 7. Sometimes they'll switch us out at 8. Talking about Rumble, of course, rumble.com/the Bubba Army.
Not at 6:25.
No, we've never been switched out at 6:25 for a guy that's got 13 followers. That by the way, it's not even a live show.
But everybody should get a chance to shine, Bubba. Don't you think everybody should get a
No. Everybody's got deals.
No, but okay.
Everybody's got deals,
Yes, sir.
Lummy. And if you look at Rumble right now, by the way, Rumbles are big. There's only one. This is us. Okay.
Yep.
Newsmax, which they don't stop. They're always live, right?
Yes.
Okay. What? And then, there's
That's it. There's no one else, really.
We're the only people that are really live.
That's right.
And so why would you screw us so bad? Why would you jip us off?
I think
it's giving me depression.
Brandon Lutnick hacked us. I'm gonna get to the bottom of it.
You do, and you get mad at it.
Oh,
And
I will.
you get full blown, full hot, my friend.
Don't they know that we had the Tiger King for 9 minutes yesterday, and now today we're just jobbed out like
actually
we
had him
didn't
for 10 because we jobbed ourselves on the 5 because he jobbed himself on the 3. So we thought at 3 he wasn't going to be there. So we go to 3 and boom, he's there at 3. So we have to wait till 7 to get him on, which at that point gives us 8 minutes.
Yes.
But I think we left some really, really, really good stuff.
We did some cliffhangers.
We got
too.
the butthole art. We got the pardon. We got his boyfriend. And then I'm going to bona fidely ask the Tiger King. When you are in these relationships, are you the top? Are you the bottom? Like, what role do you play? And I don't know that anybody's ever asked him that.
He's definitely a power top.
Well,
that's what I said.
Yeah, we don't know. It'd be certainly nice to hear it from him.
You can tell by looking at the un-American twink that he's with that he's definitely doing the deliveries.
Right. Right. So I'm watching Fox News last night, Lummy. I'm in bed at 6. It's like 6:20, trying to fall asleep because I get up at 3:20. And Brett Baird?
Brett Baer.
Brett Baer. Usually on Fox News, Brett Baird is on. It's his from 6 till after the 5 with Gutfield and Jesse Waters and all those people comes the Brett Baird show. I think he goes 6 to 7, right?
Yes.
Now when does Jesse come on?
8.
Okay, what's on 7 to 8?
Laura Ingraham.
Okay, she was on last night. So Brett Baird was not on last night. He's taking some vacation time or whatever. And they had this chick on. And I was like, oh my God, she is so effing, Lummy, I like brunettes more than blondes. I kind of like that short hair, kind of Jennifer Aniston kind of tucked in a little bit. Like this chick was I'm like, oh my God. So I tried to find her today.
Oh, jeez.
And I had Lummy on a full-blown mission to find her today. And
so we'll get her on the show or just to see more pictures?
Lummy, I don't know
I
don't know if she's lost a lot of weight or she's completely revamped her look, but she looks completely different.
Way different.
Well, she doesn't even look real here, Bubba. I mean, her face looks
She looks AI.
Yeah.
It's a wig.
But she's real.
She's real. I got her Instagram next. What? And here's the name. She said her name so fast last night that you can't understand what her name is.
She's a Pakistani American.
Oh, that's...
Bubba, guess where she went to college?
Where?
Indiana University.
That's IU Bloomington.
She's raised? Born and raised?
Where?
Bedford, Indiana.
Really?
Wow.
That's why they thought Colton was Pakistani when he there, because is there a high Pakistani influx?
No, but they like to point him out.
Wow.
That's why
she's
a Hoosier girl.
Now you got your in, Bubba.
Reminds me like of a Lori Howard / Julie Bernal kind of gimmick back in the day. Yeah.
You ever been with a Pakistani girl?
No.
There's a conquest.
I'd be afraid.
What?
I'd be afraid.
Of what?
Pakistani people are violent.
Could be wearing a suicide vest.
Yeah. She's got a backpack in the corner. As soon as she leaves, she detonates it and kills me.
No, I mean, if you don't perform well enough, then she hits it.
She praises Allah and she hits the button as she's hitting out.
Oh.
We'll get into this. My new Fox 13. I'm sorry, my new Fox network go-to girl. Although I tell you one thing, man, for her age and just her intellect and how Megyn Kelly is just so beautiful. I mean, you figure in how well versed she is. You figure in how much of a veteran and how many hours, thousands of hours of major network television she has. She's, I think, over 50 and still looks like
she's 53. Yeah,
looks just unbelievable. She'd probably be if I had an opportunity to be with one network or one television person, I think it would be Megyn Kelly. Just because they probably got her all made up and looking good for TV, but think of her experience level.
No, that's true.
Think of the dirty talk.
He'd be a nightmare.
I'm gonna get back to this Fox chick. Do you know her name, Lummy?
Yes. Hashan Hasni.
Oh, jeez.
Who?
Hashan or Asha Hasni.
Hasha Hasni?
Oh,
Yeah,
you should
there you
take her
go.
last name, Bubba.
Bubba Hasni?
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com.
Right now.
The Bubba the Love Sponge show will be back after this.
I got the Boulder gimmick with his wife and family being taken into custody.
In San Francisco is now dismissing the state of health in Carolina, big beautiful bill by its former dose.
Little unowned foreign aid and public broadcasting.
And welcome to Washington. I'm Aisha Evening, and welcome to Washington. I'm Aisha Hasni in for Brett Barrett's night. Elon Musk isn't holding back the harsh takedown of President Trump's so-called big beautiful bill. Plus, one of the men who escaped a New Orleans jail, still on the run, has a most unusual request from President Trump. And in our Whatever Happened to segment tonight, the latest on the investigations into the assassination attempt. And
Dirt Merchant, $5. Hope you're feeling better, Dirt Merchant. Aisha Husky. Aisha Husky. Morning, Jesse.
Oh my God! You see this guy that took pictures of kids in the hospital?
No.
Child porn charges.
Under 5. What a douche.
Can you send it to me?
It's just on the news here.
Oh. Oh, okay.
David Scott Farber. Morning, Mitch.
Father wanted for murdering daughters.
Yeah, that's one I sent you that too. The 3 girls, the homeless guy.
I don't know if I got it or not. They still got this fucking jobber on. Now they got him on a little box. And we're second on the little box right here, see?
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck? And the story that's number 1, take a screenshot of that, Lemmy, is 5 days old. 5 days old.
Yeah.
By the way, thank you for you 2,600 rumblers that are following us. We hit over 9 grand. Now we're at 9. We're almost at 9.1. We're at 9.05.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabeto studios.
Aquabeto.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
You can always call us if you like. Hopefully you're not some stupid ass Charlie. Because Charlie, you're not getting through anymore, buddy. Sorry, you had your opportunity. If you just would have played the game, Charlie, if you just would have played the game, I think at one time I may even offered you a podcast for, I don't know what the hell I was thinking there.
And I think you offered him a spot with you on a Friday one-off show.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah, that was it.
And for whatever reason, he talked himself out of that one, too. Idiot. So 813-90-BUBBA.
Oh, you picked up on him.
813-90-BUBBA. Is this Charlie?
Yes, it is.
See you later, Charlie. Like, I'm not even giving Charlie the opportunity to even get anything over the air. Let me know your numbers. He'll voice them to me, and I'm out. So I'm watching this chick fill in for Brett Bard, whatever the hell. The guy that's on from 6 till 7 on Fox News, on the network Fox News. And I see this chick, and I'm like, oh, my God. She's beautiful. She's from Bedford, Indiana. She said she's Pakistani and an American.
Yes.
She's from Bedford, Indiana.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know her. It would be interesting to find her. Like, she went from, IU University to, did she go to like WB Channel 4 in Bloomington? And then did she maybe ended up in Indy and then maybe ended up in, or maybe like South Bend and,
she went to Springfield.
I don't think you go, when you graduate, if you're a television film, broadcasting major, whether it's radio or film.
Oh, she lives in Fort Wayne.
Oh, she lives in Fort Wayne?
She did. She went and worked for WANE.
Yeah, Wayne TV, Channel 15.
Yes.
So her first job out of college.
Was at WANE.
See, just like I said, you got to go to the small markets. It's like a girl graduating from Gainesville, hot as hell. She's going to work for the Gainesville station. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Then she might get an Orlando shot. And then she might get another bigger shot. And then, boom, they'll take you right to network. And when you're at network, then that's the highest entity. Even though she's a fill-in chick, being fill-ins at Fox is better than being, the lead at Wayne TV channel, in Fort Wayne.
She went from Wayne to WXIN in Indianapolis.
Okay. See, I didn't even know, and did I not say she'd be in Indy?
Yes.
All right, so Fort Wayne, Indy.
Yes. To Indianapolis.
Okay, Indianapolis, Fort Wayne, Indy.
2019, New York City, Fox News.
There you go.
Oh, wow.
When did she graduate college?
It looks like 2006.
Oh, so she did. How many years did she do at Wayne?
5 years.
5 years at Wayne.
Yep.
5 years in Fort Wayne. How many years in Indy?
It looks like 8 years in 8 years.
8 years in Indy.
Yep.
And didn't get her call up, to the major until she was in her 30s.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
This was her from last night.
Shadow Panda 20.
Evening and welcome to Washington. I'm Aisha Hasni in for Brett Barry.
Yeah, like me and Lemmy played it 15 times and could not figure out what her name is.
Well, they tell. Go ahead, Tuttle.
No, she looks like AI.
She does, but she ain't.
Evening and welcome to Washington. I'm Aisha Hasni in for Brett Barrett tonight. Elon Musk isn't holding back the harsh takedown of President Trump's so-called Big Beautiful Bill. Plus, one of the men who escaped a New Orleans...
Now watch this. Watch Fox News now. They put the bad guy on the screen kind of bouncing around, and then they'll move her over to where he's at.
Jail, still on the run, has a most unusual request from President Trump. And in our Whatever Happened To segment tonight, the latest on the investigations into the assassination attempts against the president during last year's campaign.
The heck?
But first...
Yeah, I know. It's like now they'll throw her up like a ghost.
Breaking news tonight, the family of the Egyptian national accused of attacking pro-Israel support...
All right, so let me... I was riveted on the news last night because I was watching her. And then you sent me her Instagram. Now, we remember what she just looked like, right?
Yes.
Well, I think it's her hair. Because I think that she did that little Jennifer Aniston flip blip, which has caused her to have a significant different look. So
What are you saying? Like she's ugly here?
No, I'm not saying that she's ugly. She just looks like a completely different person there. Don't you think?
Yes.
From there to what we just saw when when she had her hair kicked down. So anyway, this is my new go-to girl, but I don't think anybody can really replace Megyn Kelly. So anyway, I got a new Bedford, Indiana crush. Let me. She did 5 years in Fort Wayne.
Yeah.
And how many in 8 years in Indy?
Yes.
And she's how old is she? Married?
She's 40.
She's 40?
Yes.
Married? Kids?
I cannot find if she's married or not.
Does she got a wiki?
Yes. But it doesn't have anything about her big family or anything like that.
Usually wikis don't.
Her father sold her.
Father was able to keep her under wraps for however many years.
Yeah.
So listen to this, man. I love this, and this is all over the news. So the nut job, the Boulder attack suspect's wife and kids now taken into ICE custody. So the river to the sea, pro-Palestinian, anti-Israel. I think were there deaths?
No,
not yet.
No.
But used some type of Molotov cocktail, some type of explosive liquid to throw on people, particularly Israeli people, Jews, at this Boulder, Colorado demonstration. This nut job right here.
T-shirt well 20.
Thank you very much, T-shirt. Was setting people on fire. Was it? I think he set 2 people on fire, both of which are in not so good condition.
I think it was about 8 or 9.
Yeah.
Oh, was there 8 or 9?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
I think of the 8 or 9, 2 are in really bad shape. I think. But this guy, for whatever reason, now look at this guy. Look at this guy. This guy has never been, in my opinion, just if I was to size up the picture and be a betting man, he looks like just straight white trash.
He's Egyptian.
Is he?
Yeah.
You want to know why he doesn't have a shirt on? Because he caught himself on fire when he was throwing the cocktails at people, and he had to pull his shirt off because
I did not know that.
Yeah, because he caught himself on fire when he threw one.
But my brother-in-law is Egyptian, and he has no problem with Jews or anybody from Israel or anything like that. So, like, most Egyptians don't really have a dog in that fight, do they? And if they do have a dog in that, the Israeli/Pakistani struggle, it usually they're pro Israeli. Egyptian people are.
I don't know any. I mean,
they are Muslim.
I know, but you never see them causing any problems. You don't usually see Egyptian people having a dog in this fight. And this guy, was setting people on fire. Now it's been determined that he might be in the country illegally.
His visa expired and he overstayed his welcome.
All right, so at that point, regardless if you've let people on fire or not, you are here illegally.
Yes.
If your visa has expired, then I think now, are there ways to go to the embassy and get your visa extended?
Yeah, they say that he probably didn't because he had this planned for about a year. He was planning it for a year.
Okay. Well, I love the fact that he's now overstayed his visa, which means he has to go. And I love the fact
Is he going? I mean, or is he going to stay and face charges here? I don't know where we're. I think they're going to send his family back.
Okay, but send his family back and keep him in the system till we find out how he charges out.
Well, I mean, I don't think they're just going to send this guy to El Salvador. I think this is going to be something that gets handled right here in the U.S. of A.
Does Colorado have concealed carry? Because I'm just trying to wonder.
So.
Yeah, I think they do.
I think so.
Why did nobody shoot this a-hole?
Tonight, as terror suspect Mohammed Solomon sits in a Colorado jail cell, his wife and 5 children are now in ICE custody.
Good. Maybe before you go and do something that's a terroristic act in our country against a group of people, or just a terroristic act against anybody, and you're here illegally, which potentially might mean your kids are here, your wife and kids are also, part of your visa gimmick, and you've overstayed it. We're going to go ahead and put you in prison and put you in jail. We're going to run you through the judicial system. And then we're going to, while that's happening, you're not going to have the luxury of having your family here to support you. We're sending them back.
His wife and 5 kids.
Yeah. And there's a chance that you might end up in an El Salvadorian prison and your wife and kids back in Egypt. How's that going to, was it worth it? You often think about when you do something, and I'm an older man now, and I think I would have maybe not done some things that I've done that has ended up not so swell in my life.
Brother.
But if you're going to do stupid stuff, and you may have to face some very, very harsh, situations where that are not ideal, and of which, what's more important to a person than their family? I mean, that is absolutely, you may love your job, you may love, your wife is part of your family, your girlfriend's part of your family, your sister's part of your family, your mom's part of your family, your children are part of your family. Nothing's more important than your family. And when that gets taken away from you, man, that's the ultimate form of punishment.
No, this guy made his decision that setting Jews on fire was a priority over his family.
But this guy also, if you remember, he waited to do this attack until his daughter graduated high school because he really wanted to see that.
So he has...
Yeah, but he didn't think that they were all going to get kicked the hell out of here when he did that.
Exactly. I guarantee you, when he did this, he maybe knew that he would be facing some consequences. But I promise you, Seth's right. Never did he factor in that... He could factor in that he could be in trouble, but he never factored in that the next day they're going to come yoke my kids and wife, and I may never see them again. Now, if I get sent to U.S. prison, usually they have visitation where your family and your mom and your kid can come see you here and there. Maybe that was going to be good enough for you. But when you're in El Salvador, buddy, and your kids are back in Egypt, that's the worst. You may never see your family again. Because I don't know, Seth, but that El Salvadorian prison doesn't look like it has a lot of visitation situations.
Well, I don't think
You know what I'm saying?
I don't think he's your average criminal that you would send down there. No, I think that he's a terrorist, and I think that
he goes to Guantanamo, maybe.
I don't know where they send him, but I don't think that they're just waiting to send him to another country today. I think he's staying here.
Yeah. Well, no, he's going to stay here and get tried, and they're going to find him. I don't think that there's any excuse that would get him out of what he did. So they're going to find him guilty of a terroristic act and potentially attempted homicide on X amount of people. That is going to be one hell of a sentence. Attempted homicide on 10, 12 people, a terroristic act. That might, once you're found guilty, that probably doesn't get you, 25 or 30 years in a Boulder prison. That might send you down. You might be a Guantanamo / El Salvadorian prisoner if after. Those are some pretty harsh penalties. And it's all, I think the feds have gotten involved into it now because it's a terroristic act. So now it's on the federal level. And now the state, because you have some liberal states like California and Minnesota, and I think Colorado may be one of them. Did Colorado go red or blue? I think Colorado went blue.
Blue.
Yeah. So you get a blue state. All these are on the state. All these charges are on the state level. You could maybe get a far softer sentence than if Donald Trump's looking after it. You're done. If this is Fed, what I think this is Fed, I think a terroristic act is automatically kicks you up to a Fed, and that's when life gets not so cool. Is when you're on the Fed level.
This guy's never getting out of jail. It's
No.
not even a question about it.
According to the Secretary of Homeland Security.
But I just applaud Seth, the system, for rolling in, yoking up his family, already, maybe deporting them back to Egypt. I like that because somebody that's going to do something like this probably didn't think of that, and I like it. I like it.
Also investigating to what extent his family knew about this horrific attack. If they had any knowledge of
Well,
it.
I got to tell you, man, Christine Noem, the Secretary of Homeland Security, former Democrat. No. She's the one from Wyoming that shot her dog, Old Yeller style, isn't she? Yeah.
North Dakota.
I'm talking about Tulsi Gabbard
South Dakota.
Is the former Hawaiian senator. Was she a governor or was she a senator?
She was in Congress.
I think she's part of Trump's cabinet. She's flipped over.
Yeah, she is.
I hope she is at least J.D. Vance's vice, or runs for the nomination.
Or if they provided support.
ICE agents taking the family into custody just days after the FBI searched Solomon's Colorado Springs home. After moving to the state 3 years ago, federal officials say the Egyptian national...
He just looks like a dick, does he not? If you just look at that dude, he just looks like a dick. He moved to Colorado in 2022. He's from Egypt.
Had overstayed a tourist visa, but did have a pending asylum claim. Authorities have not confirmed his family's immigration status. On Sunday, video captured the 45-year-old attacking a rally for Israeli hostages.
And again, I think Tuttle may have mentioned or asked if Colorado is constitutional and or open carry or even permitted carry. And you got a guy that's setting people on fire, which inevitably could kill people. I think you can shoot this guy. Yes. Now you obviously have the ability to distance yourself from him so that you don't get hit, but you're saving other people's lives. If you're kind of around the corner here and you've already seen him, thrown 3 or 4 people on fire, you take them out so that there's not victims 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. Right?
Yes.
Armed with Molotov cocktails and a makeshift flamethrower.
It's shocking. It's disgusting. Literally seeing this man throwing Molotov cocktails onto human beings.
We spoke to Boulder Police Chief Stephen Redfern, who told us once officers took Solomon to the ground, he continued his reign.
So Boulder changed their laws in 2022, and they are no longer a open or gun. They're a gun-free zone.
See,
Oh, those effing liberals. So Boulder and Colorado, which is kind of the Wild West, certainly West, and like a lot of the more west you go, kind of the more cooler they are. Like Texas. I think Texas, you can have one right there in your holster. I think it's called open carry. I know Georgia is open carry. So a lot like New Mexico and Texas and maybe Arizona, a lot of them are the most freest law with regards to being able to have a gun is what they call open carry. And you can literally have it like you were John Wayne. You can literally have it in a holster with bullets across your chest rolling around there with your gun. You can. And you're saying, Lummy, that Colorado used to be a little bit more open. They were, what was their ruling? What was their gun law? And then what did they change it to? And was it just Boulder specific?
It looks like you were allowed to have, in Boulder.
Not
specific.
Statewide, Boulder changed their policy within Boulder different from what the state of Colorado is.
Correct. In Colorado, you can have a concealed weapon.
Okay.
It looks like in a lot of areas in Boulder, it's a gun-free zone. Like you can't have a gun anywhere in a lot of areas. And I guess that means a lot of people just don't carry it in Boulder or even have it.
Boulder. I didn't know they were that woke. I thought Dion was in town.
I guess in 2021, there was a shooting.
Mm-hmm. And there's a shooting. And so then you're going to take everybody's guns away so that the bad guys have guns and the good guys don't? Because bad guys don't worry about what the laws are. They just carry guns. That's the problem with like Chicago and Philly and New York and Minneapolis and Detroit and some of these inner city urban municipalities and cities that have a no gun policy. Well, the thug that's going to carry a gun, regardless if he's permitted or not, doesn't care about your law. But me or Tuttle or whoever who cannot own a gun because we live in the city of Boulder.
And it's all over. In 2021, a mass shooting killed 10 people from a guy named Ahmad Awiya Al-Sia.
One more time, please. One more time and slow it down. Take your time as if you're hooked on phonics in second grade. Warren Garrison in the back row, could you please enunciate the bad guy's name, please?
Ahmad Al-Alawi Al-Sisa.
Great job, Warren.
Thank you.
So because of that numbnut,
yes,
he goes in and shoots up 10.
Yes.
They don't realize that Ahmad, Oxy, Wee, Mimi, that he does not care about what Boulder's gun laws are. And if there were good citizens of Boulder that were allowed to have a concealed weapons permit, properly permitted, properly fingerprinted, properly registered, that they could pull out their 45 or their 9 or whatever they got in their little Bubba Army tactical bag and get rid of Ahmed, Ali, Ashi, Lali, Mali. But instead, what do? They just make nut jobs like this guy more powerful because they don't abide by the law. They're going to have a gun regardless. But you and I that are out with our families, we can't. I really do like when I do go out to dinner. I like having my gun, my tactical bag down by my feet or on the back of my chair. I put it kind of like a purse in the back of my chair. And I like the ability to know that if some stuff went down, I have at least a chance to get a couple rounds off. Unless the guy just walks in and shoots me in the back. I always try to position myself so that I can kind of see the whole lay of the land. So if a nut job comes in,
isn't that exhausting thinking that you're going to get shot 24/7?
No, I don't think about it. I just am somewhat mindful that when I go to public, Seth, I kind of keep my head on a swivel and just kind of look for anything out of ordinary.
I do that when I go to a movie theater. The first thing I do when I go into a movie theater, I always sit in the last row so nobody's behind me that can easily take me out from behind. And I always know where all the exits are.
Yeah.
Quick response of our officers, community members, the fact that he had 16 other Molotov cocktails there and wasn't able to use those.
16 other.
That is somewhat of a win for us.
At his synagogue, where private security is now backed up by Boulder police, Rabbi Mark Soloway shared this is where 6 of the 12 victims come to worship.
How would you describe the last 36 hours?
If I'm the mayor of Boulder, I am reversing that stupid-ass law. And Lummy, you say that the state of Colorado has concealed weapons.
Yes.
It's Boulder that's made their granola deal. I just say, hey, listen, Boulder's going to go by the way of the state. We're going to follow state guidelines. We're not going to have our own individual no-gun zones. Boulder is going to be just like the state of Colorado. Now, within, a concealed weapons permit, you can't carry it in a sporting event. You can't carry it in like a bar that only serves alcohol. It has to have a food concept to it.
Hospitals.
You can't carry it in a hospital. I think you can carry it in a house of worship. I think that was always one that you couldn't carry, but a lot of states have now made you can carry it in church because of that South Carolina. Remember that kid from South Carolina that went in there and shot up a church? A whole bunch of black people?
Dylan Roof, I think his name was.
Yeah, and I think because of that, they have kind of reversed their decision on, people going to church and houses of worship.
It looks like there's only 2 states
that allow it or don't allow it.
That don't allow it.
That don't allow house of worship.
Yes.
Meanwhile, the others do.
Yes.
Which 2 don't?
Surprising, Louisiana and Nebraska.
Nebraska, okay.
Of course. It's been brutal, horrifying, exhausting, so many emotions, incredible sadness and grief and tremendous anger too.
He tells us 2 victims airlifted to Denver remain hospitalized. As for the man behind this attack, tonight he has this message.
Oh, good. Let's see what you get to say, scumbag, piece of shiz. You should get, you know what, I would hope that a prisoner did not let me whittle off one of the bed springs and use it as a corkscrew into his eyeball. I hope that did not happen to this poor guy. Man, getting bed springed into the eyeball's got to be a real,
Look at the humanity of these people. I would want him to just see that he just saw lovely, beautiful human beings and destroyed their lives.
I'm surprised this guy didn't. I'm surprised this guy didn't Chris Benoit his family before he did this.
No, because he didn't think that we had the balls to send him back. But they forgot about Tommy Holman. He does not care.
Oh, he does not.
Tommy Holman does not care. Bitch, you are going to go through the judicial process of which you'll be found guilty. Hard telling what's going to happen to you. But I can assure you that your family, they already might be out of the country.
And tonight, regarding,
I got to think that when they come to take you out of the country, they don't say, they don't show up to your house, Lummy, and say, hey, listen, Ashley and Walker, who are here illegally, Lummy did something very bad yesterday, and so we're going to give you till Friday to gather your things. We'll come back Friday at 9 o'clock to get you. No, I think they say, gather your things now, bitch, because you're getting in the back of the van.
And you're getting in the plane.
Right.
Regarding the status of Solomon's family, the White House sharing in a post online that they have 6 one-way tickets for his wife and 5 children, adding they could be deported as early as tonight.
I mean, that's the most efficient travel plan I've ever seen.
Man.
I mean, you can be a millionaire, can't even get a private jet that fast.
That they have 6 one-way tickets for his wife and 5 children.
I mean, I love Trump's brashness sometimes. Sometimes it comes across a little, a little narcissistic megalomania, but I love when he does things like this. We got 6 one-ways for you, and you could be leaving as early as tonight.
This guy put his hate for Israel or Jews or whatever over his love for his family.
Is just absolutely a problem in itself.
That's quite a decision to make as a 45-year-old man.
White House sharing in a post online that they have 6 one-way tickets for his wife and 5 children, adding they could be deported as early as tonight. Tom?
Okay.
I mean, you're right. And is he just so erratic that he doesn't even have a bigger picture scheme of things, or is his hate?
Well, sometimes they'll take the path to heaven over their family too. So maybe
good luck.
What about mental health? Anybody just think that this guy's crazy?
No, I just think that this guy is all riled up on what's happening. Doesn't really have I don't even know. Because he really doesn't even have a dog in the fight. Egyptians and Israelis usually don't have problems.
Well, Egyptians enslaved Jews for a long time.
Yeah,
Pyramids.
back in the Bible days, that was oof. Yeah, the pyramids and Moses and
Lummy Mark, our buddy Mark from Tarpon.
Mark from Tarpon?
$100 in the PayPal.
Oh, thank you.
PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, all at the Bubba Army. Don't forget, if you're watching us on Rumble, to follow us, become a follower. I'd like to hit 10,000 here soon. Made the 9,000 plateau yesterday, and it looks like Rumble still kind of has they're a little bit scrambled right now. Let me.
Yeah, no, I've already been.
We are completely gone.
Yeah, I took pictures and
we're gone.
We're gone.
So
he is well aware of it.
Yes.
Yeah, he got a nice wake-up call.
I wonder if he hates us.
Should we take this party to kick?
Listen, I'm going to tell you right now, he was all excited last night.
Seth, that just set into what you just said. It's so funny now that I know what you just said.
You want me to cut that and send it to him too, Seth?
No. Want to listen to the show on demand and on the go? Enlist today at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Sign up and start listening. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Mark from Tarpon partying.
Berto, I busted open the pop vinyl last night, dude. Thank you. John Justin Fields, just elbow to elbow or shoulder to shoulder on my tiny desk. I'm not clowning on Kick. I don't clown on any of the.
Just said we're coming.
I don't hit on any of the platforms. If there's people on them. What's up, Big Red? What's up, Thomas? What's up, Andy? Andy Dufresne.
Shoot, Danny G.
What's up, Dave?
Thank you, Mark from Tarpon.
What up, Internet Frederick? Oh, man. Ah. I'm holding out for a hero to the...
This guy that's on front page now, Lemmy, has producer Michael, 2,000 followers.
Bubba, let's go live on live and tell him to get the fuck off the big box.
Trent Lewis is still ahead. I mean,
tell him we know Ciroc.
We're fifth.
Yeah, I took a screenshot.
Fourth.
He's got multiple things in his text when he wakes up. What's up, Black Guy in Cali?
Holy shit, Berto. What's up, radio?
Yeah, I had a good talk with Ciroc last night. So
what's that?
Good talk with Ciroc last night.
Good what?
Good talk with Ciroc.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
And then we get jobbed.
I know.
I'm good, Miss Thomason. It's a very pleasant day here in Tampa Bay.
What's up, Puff Adder?
Morning, Dave Rock.
I think I might break out of here and go for a swim today. Pretty early.
Wow. Alan Bowling. Good morning, Seth Money. Seth Money's the darling of YouTube. That's his little.
No, I'm just talking to people. I'm just talking.
Big Red. Hello, buddy.
Good morning, Iggy.
What's up, Jay Bowler? What's up,
Hi,
Buff
Iggy.
Adder? What's up, Alan Bowling?
Hi, Iggy.
What's up, Late Night Sanity? I'm getting them all in right now, baby.
What's up, Jesse?
Let's get it in.
Iggy. Jesse. Black guy in Cali. Give us a little follow action over there on Riz Humble.
Would anybody want some kittens that are that birth themselves at Tuttle's house?
Maybe we should have Tuttle.
Birth themselves?
Well, I'm not really sure the whole processes, but
They're merchant $5.
But,
J.L. Bronco, thank you for that's my Pookie shirt. I miss her.
I think he's trying to unload these cats.
I love her. I miss my Pookie.
What's up? You don't need a couple cats around?
I don't really need cats, and now I feel bad because I want to help Tuttle out, but I can't take the cats.
I mean, if they're wild feral cats, we could use them around here. Let me right?
Yeah, we could.
Well, they're just kittens now.
Yeah, they're beaten up by the raccoons and rats around here.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
813-90-BUBBA. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show. Hi, who's this? Hello, you're on the air. It's Bubba Show.
Hey, Bubba, are you talking to me?
Yeah, I'm talking to you, buddy.
All right. It's Zach by way of Eugene, Oregon.
How are you, my friend? Eugene, Oregon. By what means do you watch the show? Or listen?
Yeah, YouTube generally.
All right, great. Thank you for that. I know that you're probably following us. You get notifications, all that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but what I was going to say, I had like a one point about your food reviews. I really think that you should review the Taco Bell nuggets and the new chicken.
Well, starting today, maybe, but certainly starting by next Thursday, I'm bringing back my food reviews.
Oh, good.
My schedule is starting to. It's still very. I just got so much. I got a big project going on that is involving the Merch Crick and a couple other situations, but I need to start bringing back the food review. I think McDonald's, Lummy, just announced in July. Now this is a little bit, down the road a little bit, but in July, McDonald's announces the return of the snack wrap to menus on July 10th. Here's the deal. I don't know why they ever took the snack wrap out, because everybody I knew liked the snack wrap. So it's coming back. It's coming back. It's coming back. The 10th.
They have the chicken strips now, so they're just going to essentially put it into a tortilla with like lettuce and cheese or whatnot.
I'll review it when it comes out on July 10th.
The Taco Bell nuggets. That's a game changer. Because they're tremendous.
Taco Bell nuggets.
Yeah, like they're essentially chicken nuggets, but like they coat them with like taco seasoning, and they're deep fried, obviously.
Okay.
And
I will put
tremendous.
I will put that on my list of things I need to.
And I think you should do a versus. You should do what's better, basically Taco Bell versus the McDonald's selects. which is their chicken
Listen, buddy.
strip.
Listen.
I mean, you got a producer
listen.
now, Bubba, for this bit. I mean, this is.
Listen, bud. I'm just trying to get back into the food review game.
Yeah, don't overthink it.
Now you
Let him
got
get
me.
back
Now
in.
you got me going to two different places, doing a comparison deal.
But if you go viral, because essentially it's a versus.
Right. Yeah. We get it. You're a viral king, of course. You know everything is going to go viral, but
I'm not a king of anything.
All right.
But one thing I do know is this: I've lived in Colorado, and Boulder does not represent the entire state of Colorado. Their city laws are way different than what the actual state represents, and that place gets real country real quick.
I'm
outside of Boulder.
I'm planning a trip to Boulder as we speak. As a matter of fact, go see Dion. I'm planning a trip to Warsaw, Indiana. I may be planning a trip later this month to Fort Walton Beach for a bike ride.
Nice.
So I just got a lot of stuff. Plus, I got this big project going on, Lum.
Yes, you do.
So my summer is already booked. Like, I'm booked. I'm completely booked. But I'm gonna try.
Let me ask you a question.
Go ahead.
Let me ask you a question. Like, when it comes to terrestrial stuff, like, is there anything out of Oregon that you're interested in?
Well, I'd be interested in any major market,
because they play like Coast to Coast AM, Alex Jones, conservative talk. Like, it's interesting because people think about Eugene and Portland, but outside of that,
we're not.
Oregon is pretty rugged.
We've been somewhat blackballed by terrestrial radio for various reasons. I have one owner named John Caracciola who owns JVC and also owns Florida Man Radio. I have another guy named Bruce Midori who owns my Tampa flagship station. So outside of those two dudes, that's about the only two dudes that believe in me. I am supposed to pick up a 50,000 watt from John Caracciola in the Panhandle somewhere. So we may get that. There's another situation I'm looking at. So terrestrial radio.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Have you ever had any correspondence with Alex Jones?
No, I've tried.
Yeah.
But Alex Stein won't give me his real information.
Well, we got his producer's information, and his producer says he's busy all the time.
Yeah.
Daria.
So I guess we have.
Daria is the producer.
Yes.
Yeah. And
I have
Daria.
Daria's cell phone, and she says that he's a very busy person.
Yeah, Daria blows us off. So there you go.
She answers. That's about it.
Anyway, listen, bud. I appreciate you and your bullet points for the full of questions. I gotta go. Appreciate you watching us on YouTube.
First of all, hey, I love the program you put on, and I'm done.
Thank you so much. So they call this the Taylor Swift treatment a lot of times now, and I will say this: Taylor Swift is a level of star that needs to be, as they're transporting her potentially around blockaded fans to get to her mode of transportation to leave the facility.
Well, they did this during her they would bring her out in like a janitorial thing because she was playing stadium, so there was really no way for her to get on the stage without everybody seeing her. So that's how they snuck her onto the stage.
And she's large enough and important enough to do that. I'm just saying.
Well,
like,
I
saw this happen one time. I think I told the story. I saw this happen one time with Michael Jackson in the 1986 Bad Tour. And when he came in, I was backstage at the meet and greet, would end up being not a meet and greet. You basically, the meet and greet consisted of Michael Jackson being about to where the podcasting stage is and turning to all the winners and all the music directors and all the program directors of all the Indiana stations that played him and going, "Hi."
He was that big? He was that big?
Oh, you couldn't even get close to him. But the way you're backstage, this is the Market Square Arena where the Pacers used to play, and two Sally door, big garage doors automatically opened, and two ambulances pulled in simultaneously from different directions. They both opened up the back of the ambulance, and they both had human beings under a sheet. One was a Michael Jackson dummy, and one was Michael Jackson. That's how they brought him to the facility. Michael Jackson, Taylor Swift, some of these people have to do that because the fans will just go absolutely nuts. Now, I think with Taylor Swift, they also have a thing on her stage, which you would know, Seth. I think we've talked about it, where she like goes under this trap door and she like has this shuttle that shuttles her down to wardrobe where she can quickly change. Then she can shuttle back, and then it has like this exploding door that, and she pops out of the stage. I think that's part of her gimmick too. I think
I didn't see that. I saw she would go under the stage and change, but I didn't know that she was getting transported anywhere. That's wild.
So, but you're talking about probably 10 people in our current lifetime that would need to be hidden from the fans while being transported because the fans are just there's so many of them that you're going to have to sign for all of them.
Well, this is going to look really bad then.
Yeah, this is. I'm disgusted by this. Are you? Yeah. So this is one of the rookie pitchers for the Boston Red Sox.
Roman Anthony, right?
And he supposedly is such a stud and is so popular.
He's the number one prospect in baseball.
And he's that's all he is. That's all he is. That's all he is.
I mean, what does that mean?
I mean, it doesn't mean that you're too big or important that you can't walk out of the clubhouse and sign the 40 or 50 people that have balls and cards. That, obviously a collector like you, Seth, let's say you get his rookie card, but it's not signed, but you know the door he's coming out of, and you have your card and your pin ready.
Yeah, I'm not doing that.
No, but I know you're not.
Yeah, I'm not.
I know you're not.
The thing is, Bubba, is that we can talk about, if it's a bad look that Roman Anthony is doing the Taylor Swift treatment to get out to the bus. But you could also talk about the old guys that are standing out there waiting to get their 25 cards signed to put on eBay. Like that's.
If you're a guy like the guy from if you're the guy like the pitcher, you don't sign that guy's 25 cards. You sign one, and you sign one of everything. There's also within that creepy 25, 26-year-old guy that's trying to put it up on eBay, there's that 7-year-old kid who is genuinely being a kid. And so to me, man, I got 2 stories where celebrities feel they're better or too good for signing autographs, and they're going to get that they actually hide. And this guy here, they put him in a laundry basket and move him past the autograph-seeking fans to the bus. And I just think that if I'm the skipper on this, I don't know if I have the ability, Seth. I don't know what the players' union.
He has come out and made a statement
saying what? I don't like signing.
No, he says, it's one of those situations where it looked like a big tool bag, and I'm not. I like to apologize. I signed for people, and it's something stupid that I did, and I'll learn from it.
So he
might have just been a social media bit.
So here it is, deal. I mean, he's the pitcher has acknowledged that the way that I feel is correct. That he looks like a complete tool by doing this to the fans because. When I play this video, they put him in a laundry basket and then put stuff on top of him and they roll him past the fans and he gets on the bus. But the fans aren't unruly. There's not 1,000 of them.
But they're jobbers.
They probably are. But
it's embarrassing.
Which one's +2? +2.
So again, this is the number 1 pitching prospect for the Boston Red Sox. This isn't this isn't the kid who plays for the. This isn't Skeens. This isn't Soto that plays for the Mets. This isn't Yokashant. What's the guy's name? Playing for the Dodgers.
Ohtani? Yeah.
This isn't Ohtani. We have some legit. Those guys walk out like men. And the smattering of people that need autographs, they'll sign a few. You don't got to sign them all. You sign a couple. 10, 15. Sign as long as you want. But you don't do this. And especially with a guy that, now, is he in the bigs?
No, he's in AAA.
Yeah, so he's not even in the bigs. He's not even in the bigs.
Which should show you how much hype there is that he's already got people standing outside waiting for him.
As much as you're okay with this, I'm not okay with it.
Oh, I'm not okay. First of all, I think he just did this for social media. Second of all, I'm not so much about what Roman Anthony did right here. To me, it's about these people that are hanging around, and we know we have the Livy Dunn story. If to get an autograph in baseball when you're in the game or in the stadium, like I get it, but when you start to go in the players' parking lot and do this, I just think you're a jobber.
All right, so let's try too, though, Seth. As they go past the crowd, let's try to analyze how many creepos are on there.
Go ahead, yeah.
And how many Sammys and Walkers are there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Let's see.
Yeah.
All right. That guy looks like an autograph seeker who's a scumbag and would sell.
It's a folder.
He's got a folder. This guy looks like a pro. This guy looks like a pro. So far, Seth 2, Bubba 0. Well, quite frankly, they all look like. Quite frankly, I think Seth hit it on the head. I think every one of these.
Oh, there's a kid. I saw one kid.
One kid.
Right here. Hold on. Right.
2 kids.
Right there.
2 kids.
You know what I would have done? If I was
jumped out of the laundry basket, signed 2, and got back in.
Yes. Hit the brakes, guys. I got the last 2 to sign. Or you know what you could do? Lummy, if you're this big of a player, is you send your Tuttle out there to get kind of a preview of the land, and Tuttle comes back and goes, it looks like a bunch of, autograph-seeking scumbags, but the last 2 are kids. So the one kid's got a green jacket and the other kid's got a green hat. Right before you get on the bus or right before you make the left out of the fence, stop and sign for those 2 kids. Now, see, if you did that and you weren't in the laundry basket and you stopped and you signed for those 2 kids, because this kid here has a ball. This kid's got a little ball here.
Yeah.
And I don't know what the other kid's got. You at that point have completely saved face, because nobody, even card collectors like Seth or just regular dudes like me, nobody likes that professional card guy that wants that's doing it for the wrong reasons.
What if they would have Rookie Hayes this dude and pushed the laundry cart about halfway down the sidewalk and just left it?
Well, here's the problem, Tuttle. They're probably all fired, because if he had hurt his elbow while dumping him out, and as many millions of dollars that Boston has invested in him, and he's already denoted as the number 1 dude, I think you're fired. I think you're fired if you create him any type of potentially, where he could get injured.
Leave him there, though. Just leave him.
And you know what, Lummy? This guy looks like an effing tool bag.
That's how I'm getting out of BARP this year. So I'm taking notes. Tuds, help me out.
I'm pushing a
Lummy's gonna get the laundry basket. He'll be back by the car lift.
That's right.
Go back through the hallway, Seth. We'll put you in there, and we'll throw like the cash cube on top of you, stuff like that.
Oh no, just even a couple of trash bags with maybe like nothing, no garbage in them, and Lummy's got to take them, and they get dropped off at my car.
Yeah, there you go.
Or I'm just gonna lean over and
Lummy, can. Lummy, I think you can look dominoes.
There you go.
Look at the dominoes. Lummy, what did the guy come out and say? Because this is the only thing that I think saves face.
That pretty much he sees what he did was wrong, and that he feels like a tool bag, and that he apologizes. And since then, he's been signing a lot of autographs.
Yeah, he's going to be signing.
He's on a tear. I mean, he's a great center fielder.
You know what, Seth? He's going to be signing for that 32-year-old douchebag that's going to be putting it up on.
Oh, he's going to be. Yeah, he's going to be signing for people to write, and he's going to have to just say, put it on eBay.
Yeah.
If you go ahead, make some money off me. I feel bad.
Yeah. Livy Dunn calls out aggressive autograph seekers following harassment at airports. The former LSU gymnast says that she fears that she's being stalked by autograph seekers. Listen, Livy, you don't have people living in your ditch outside your studio like we do. I mean, we got bona fide stalkers. You know that?
Yeah.
Tuttle, did you know that we had a guy?
What?
So let me see. Yesterday was Tuesday. So Monday at 3:30, I go home right after the show. I come back at 3:15 because I meet Tom here, and we usually train from like 3:30 to like 4:30. Just work out. And it's when you have somebody that meets you at the gym and they're relying on you, it's tougher to cancel. It's easy to cancel the gym when it's just you by yourself, right? Because you're not, nobody's holding you responsible. So me and Tom kind of got into like a little partner gimmick where we, push each other. So Monday, Tom's pulling in, and there's this dude. I got his trespass warrant right here. I'm not going to mention his last name. I'm just going to mention his first name.
Is this a new one?
Yeah. So Bradley.
Yeah, Bradley.
Bradley, 5'5", 138. Eyes, whatever.
He's a twink.
He's he is from Fort Myers, and he is, as Tom's pulling in, this guy is kind of messing with my mailbox. Like, look, I can't quite see if he's looking. I think messing with somebody's mail in a mailbox is a federal offense.
It is.
And so he, I don't know if he's opening my mailbox or he's just touching it or whatever. And I open up, and I got my workout gear on, of which I wear my slides. And I got my, just my an old Bubba Army shirt cut off at the sleeves and some old worn out shorts. So I go, "Hey, can I help you?" And he goes, "Yeah, I want to come in and meet everybody." And I go, "Well, we're closed, buddy." He goes, "Well, you're here." And I go, "Well, I'm getting ready to work out and then go home." He goes, "All right, I'll just wait till tomorrow." I said, "Okay." Well, I didn't know that waiting till tomorrow means you slept in the ditch. So when I was coming to work yesterday, there he was in the ditch.
Sleeping.
And I'm thinking, okay, it's not really a problem to sleep in my ditch, but I think you have to have a certain not so normal attitude to be able to sleep in your favorite radio show's ditch overnight in order to meet the guys or whatever. So I think that for our safety reasons and what have you, it was probably better for me to trespass him. He doesn't need to be hanging out here in the ditch.
Do you own the ditch, or does the city own the ditch?
I think the ditch is part of my easement, like part of my grounds, I guess. I really do think the city probably owns it, but it's part of,
you have to maintain it.
Yeah. Average Joe mows it.
Yes.
She now says that it's gotten to the point where every single time I go to an airport, there's a group of at least 10 middle-aged men waiting for me, and they harass me. Okay, well, what do? It's these men, they want my autograph. They have a stack of 40 pictures of me or my magazines, and they will run me down the TSA pre-check line and yell at me if I don't give them an autograph.
She's got a video. They've got a video of her talking about it.
Is that right here?
Yeah.
Okay.
I fear that I'm being stalked, and I don't know what to do.
This morning,
You know what you need to do? You need to travel with a guy about the size of Ty J. I'm sorry, it's going to cost more money. You know how much easier it is, Seth, when you got a big, really rugged-ass black guy telling everybody to leave you alone than you have to do it yourself? I mean, right? It's just.
I mean, I see why a lot of people have security guards.
Yeah.
Weren't you? And I'm not going to say his name because it's bad. But weren't you kind of his handler, pushing people away for autographs?
Yeah, Hogan's.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I was kind of Hogan's guy.
Yeah.
And I don't know what to do.
This morning, superstar gymnast
God, she is beautiful.
Wow. I post thirst traps every single day, and I'm worried that thirsty ass men are asking me for my autograph.
influencer Livy Dunn fed up.
Every single time I go to the airport, there's a group of at least 10 middle-aged men waiting for me, and they harass me.
The Sports Illustrated.
Wah. I'm hot. Middle-aged men have all my pictures, and they want my autograph.
Dude, that's not odd to you. Is we running her down in an airport? That's perfectly normal behavior for a middle-aged man.
No, it's not. But it's not illegal. But it's not.
I'm not saying it is. I'm not.
It's not normal at all.
I'm not blaming her for these weird guys.
It's not normal at all, bud. It's just not. I can feel her. Did you
hear the way she said middle-aged men? I mean, how could that not hit you?
And middle-aged men waiting for me, and they harass me.
The Sports Illustrated swimsuit cover star
shots
calling
fired.
out the, quote, hostile behavior she says she faces from autograph seekers, saying the so-called graphers find her at airports with stacks of her photos or magazines, and if she doesn't stop to sign them...
Hogan used to call Delta back in the day. Lummy, he had some kind of Delta hookup, and they would have one of those golf carts waiting for us, and they would take us right to the gate.
They chase her.
They will yell at me and make a scene.
Livy, not the only female athlete to complain about this. Olympic gold medalist Gabby Thomas posted this
when you're hot, you got a nice body, man. Dudes,
TikTok in January, talking about a similar experience.
At this point, every time I travel, I'm afraid that these men, it's 3 to 6 of them, middle-aged, are going to show up.
She's only got 3 or 6. That's handleable. Seth Kushner could handle 3 or 6.
Oh, easy.
Please.
Skeens has got the money to pay for a bodyguard, though, for Livy,
Coco
right?
Gauff commenting, this happens
So
to
does
me
she.
too. I don't know how it happens.
Oh, yeah,
Simone
right.
Biles writing, no, same. I'm horrified of them. Happens too often.
Jesus God.
Yeah, like Coco's
Livy
gonna get
acknowledges
people.
she shares
All right.
a lot of her life online and says she doesn't mind signing autographs for fans.
You can have people be pushy and ask for your autograph, and that's gone on since time immemorial. Where's the line then where it becomes organized and hostile and intimidation and harassment?
Signed photos can get anywhere from $50 to more than $1,000.
For Livy Dunn, she was on the cover.
It's good for the economy.
Of a Sports Illustrated swimsuit. When that first came out, since no one had it yet, there's a large demand.
While so-called graphers aren't breaking the law, approaching celebrities for their
Is
signature.
that what they call autographers, graphers?
I didn't know that.
Yeah. So, and you're kind of in that business.
Oh, yeah, well, I'm not I like autographs when I get them in cards, but
Sure.
I'm not really like a real-life grapher.
Me either.
Livy says what they are doing at airports.
Do you know, Lummy, I don't know that I have one. I have some Larry Bird autographs.
Yeah.
And I have some Dion autographs, but I don't think I have any Tony Stewart autographs. I don't think I have that many Hulk Hogan autographs.
Do you want me to get some Hulk Hogan autographs for you?
No.
Crosses the line.
It needs to stop because it's scary for girls.
And Livy saying these guys are showing up in airports, even inside the terminal when she's come through on connecting flights. She says this is happening even if she hasn't posted anything, isn't coming from a public event. She isn't sure how they find out that she's at the airport. But again, she says it's scary, guys.
Well, do you post that I'm traveling today from point A to point B?
Oh, she said no. She said even when she doesn't post that, she's coming back from somewhere. They're there. Wrestlers talk about it a lot. A lot of the female wrestlers have made posts about it in the last few months about how
maybe some worker will get the manifest and then tell another guy, and then it just gets out, something like that. Maybe.
Yeah, it's a lot of the females now that are uncomfortable with it, which I understand.
When we return, the former was one of the biggest studs in the Major League Baseball, Trevor Bauer. And then got accused of raping and sodomite, like a bunch of bad stuff, all of which ended up being not true. I don't know. Did she end up getting anything for filing a fake police report or anything?
No,
because she ruined Trevor Bauer's life.
Yes.
She owes him money now.
Yeah.
And I guess he's been rewarded $300,000 in a default judgment against the woman who accused him of sexual assault. But he'll never, has he aged out on pitching, or could he come back?
I don't know. He's pitching in Japan last year. I think he had a good year.
Yeah, I think he went to Mexico too.
I could see him as a closer coming in and giving you 3 outs of steroid jerk pitches. Throwing his arm out.
That and the New York Knickerbockers, who got beaten 6 games against the Indiana Pacers to win the Eastern Conference Finals. It's the first time that the Knicks had been to the Eastern Conference Finals, I think, since '99, and they fired their coach. He's the only guy to have brought them, in 26 years. He's the only guy to bring them to the finals, and they fire him.
They're dumb.
It's maybe like the Cubs, what they did with Joe Madden.
Yeah, man. Why did it was always my understanding growing up in Chicago that if anybody would ever have the coaching ability to turn the Cubs around and win a World Series, that person they would hold ticker tape parades for and would be forever Chicago royalty.
Yeah, that's what I always thought too. Joe Madden should have been the.
And the Ricketts family treated him. I think that's the family that still owns the Cubs. The Ricketts family treated him like crap. Basically showed him the door.
Yeah, after 5 seasons.
Was it 108 seasons or something to that effect?
Yeah. So what was it, 19?
I think it might have been the I think it might have been the longest streak of a team that's still in business not to have won a national championship. I don't even think they appeared in any World Series.
No, I think since the 30s back then.
So, Joe Madden got shown the door. This guy from the Knicks got shown the door. And the Trevor Bauer story next.
If you liked that segment, then you'll definitely like the new redesigned BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show after this.
We didn't talk about Tuttle's cats.
Oh, yeah, we got to do Tuttle's cats on the back. Okay, let me.
Sounds good.
Don't let me forget. I'm going to write that down.
Good morning, Kabuki. Doc. Have a little space there, Matthew.
This is the most beautifulest June day of all time.
Is it pretty outside?
Just nice.
Did you pee?
I don't pee outside. That's for heathens.
You don't? I thought you kind of did.
I like to piss right in a toilet bowl. Just the way God intended us to pee. We can bury a body in the ground, but God forbid we water them. I think it's gonna rain. It says we got a 90% chance on the 7-day forecast right now, which I still consider that to be nice. I'm offended by the heat. What's up, Felix?
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito Studios. Aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Please follow us on one of the following, if you could, please. Rumble, YouTube, X, Facebook, Twitch, all at The Bubba Army. Again, at The Bubba Army. Appreciate you. You can also go to One Stop Shopping and get almost our entire catalog of everything we've ever done. You can stream it. You can download it. There's different levels of that. That's at Bubba Army HQ. So, again, and Lummy, I hate to bring up the app, but I've been told that's being worked on right now, and it's such an extensive process that Tom Bean had half of it done, saved it, but it only lets you save it for X amount of days, and he didn't get back to it within the 14th day, and he now has to start it all over again.
Oh, that sucks.
So that's where we're at. Along with the other thing that's supposed to be, in the final stages, and then two other things that are in the final stages, and none of which really speak about, has just got me really, 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 really spun out and busy. Tuttle, what do I hear about? You got two cats? Are they domesticated cats, or are they wild feral cats?
A mom cat actually had kittens underneath my house. So there's 3 of them.
Like in the crawl space?
Well, they're outside hanging out now. Like, they're sleeping on my chair on my back porch. So
did you make a little bed for them?
Yeah. I did. And Kristen,
because they were just laying on the ground.
Yeah, Kristen sent a bunch of toys and cat houses and stuff like that.
They're little babies. They're just trying to get on the tit.
No, they're eating food. They're eating food right now, man.
Oh.
These things brought a full-size mouse up to my doorstep.
Are you thinking about keeping them?
I can't. I got one already.
You got an original OG cat?
Yeah, I can't do it. And the thing is,
what if you keep them? What now? Is outside. Your original OG cat an inside or outside?
Yes, inside.
All right, so you just make them your outside cats. Keep a bowl of food and some water, near the doorstep or close, or near like a little cat house, and then that's your outside cats, of which you'll never have a mouse or any type of rodent ever get into your home, because they'll catch them.
But I gotta get them fixed, man. I will have an explosion of cats, and I don't want to be that cat
now,
guy.
Now, do brothers have sex with sisters at this point?
Yeah, why not?
There's
in the cat
other
world.
Cats. Yes, they do.
But there's other cats. See, obviously, this mama cat's not fixed.
No.
Because she had babies. So you probably need to get her fixed first, because I don't think that a baby cat. How old are the babies?
I would probably say a month and a half.
So I don't think that they can take any D for until they're at least maybe a year old. I don't know. At what age can here, I'll ask Alexa. Alexa, good morning. Good morning, Alexa.
I'm not quite sure how to help you with that.
Right, okay. I didn't ask a question. Hey, Alexa, how old does a cat have to be to breed?
From Answers.com. Should be about a year old according to my vet.
All right,
if you'd like, I can kickstart your brain in the morning with amazing facts and news.
No.
Would you like to enable this routine?
No, thank you. So, Tuttle,
No problem.
Here's the way I'm figuring. We can raise, because I got a foundation, and I got some money in there, and this would be a good thing to do. How much does it cost to? You can probably go down to Humane Society.
Yeah, they usually do it for free,
and they'll do it for free.
Yeah, they will. They will, and that would be great.
So take the mama cat down there, get her spayed, neutered, whatever the hell, and then now you got 8-9 months to get the baby kitties done.
But I think if I let my house cat out, like, she wants to kill the kittens, though. Like, she wants to dispose of them because she feels like, they're going to be a threat. Like, she literally.
Does your inside cat go out?
Not
very often.
She was a street cat when I found her, so she's wild.
Has the two moms met? Has your indoor former street cat, now, indoor cat, met the mama cat?
Oh, she wants to kill the other cat. Like, for real, like, it's in her territory, and the other cat's real skinny, and my cat's, like, a little hefty.
Right, fed well.
Yeah.
Well, what do you want to do with them? I'd really, God, I hate to separate.
You want one?
No, well, let me hear. They are feral. They are wild cats.
Yes.
Meaning they're not born in the lap of luxury. You're saying, Tuttle, that the baby ones are already going out hunting?
Yeah, they already brought a couple of mice up to the front door, even at like a month and a half.
He knows our weakness, does he not?
Yes, he does.
Yeah. We could probably use a couple wild feral cats, but do you take them all? I don't want to know. I don't know if I want to separate the babies from their mom this early.
I'm just saying that they'll take care of any of your rodent problems around there.
Yeah, but it's 4 or none, right?
It's 3.
What is it? So it's a mama and 2 babies?
Well, the 3 kittens. The mom isn't going to want to have anything to do with them in a couple of weeks. She's going to go whore around here in a bit
and get laid again.
Yeah,
and this is going to be a cyclical cycle.
Yeah.
Whereas if you could just load her up one afternoon to take her down to the SPCA, Humane Society, say I got this cat that's hanging around my house. She's not spayed or neutered, and she's just going to keep having kittens, which is going to be a problem.
I think Walker and Sammy would love a cat.
I think Sammy's got an animal. I think they both got animals.
Yeah,
to be honest with you.
We got 2 dogs. If we got a cat, I would just move out.
Right. That's where Seth gives up.
We have a petting zoo at that point.
Yeah, that's where Seth gets a sleeping bag and lives in the Clem gym.
It has been my dream for a while.
Man, you'd be jacked up if you just worked out all day, slept, worked back out.
That's the American dream, baby. It's really actually to be a porno star. Is you just work out and bang.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Just have the chicks meet you down here, do a super set with them, then blast them. Then you know what I'm saying?
Well, yeah. I'm not shooting and directing anything.
I even got a shower down here.
Yeah, you do.
You can shower it up.
It's all ready for some sexcapades.
Get a little cot, put it over there by where the massage table is, where the massage chair is. You sleep on your cot, then get on your table.
What a life, Tuttle. Give me those cats immediately.
And that TV works in the green room. You can watch all your sporting events there.
Oh my God!
How many people have had sex at the BRN studio? You think?
Oh God! I don't. You know what? I think we need to move on. Hello, who's this?
Hello, my name is. You can call me Rob the plumber.
Okay, Rob the plumber. I appreciate good plumbers.
So I just wanted to chime into the cat thing before you cut off that subject. Please do not take those cats to the SPCA. Please don't even bother with the Humane Society. You said you had a foundation with money. All right, you have to go to a proper spay and neuter clinic. They will provide you with a trap. You can trap the mom. You can get her fixed. All right, do whatever you want with her after that.
To me, it sounds like Tuttle didn't really have to trap her. She'll come to Tuttle. Well, Tuttle, can you pick up the mom? No problem.
Yeah, I better put some welding gloves on.
Put some welding gloves.
Okay,
yeah,
so
and then
you don't even have to go through all that. They will provide you a trap. You bait it in with food. All right, and you got to go get her fixed, and after that, do whatever you want. But the kittens, they will help you foster them out. These professional spay and neuter clinics, I'm sure there's one in your area. I found one that I've already helped 12 cats survive the outside, and they're all fostered out. And I own 3 myself. They were all feral, all rescued. Stay away from the Humane Society. They're not going to help you at all. They're so overwhelmed with all the freaking strays that are out there, and the SPCA will put them down.
Well, I don't want that.
And,
I don't want
animal
that.
control will put them down quicker.
I know that Ashley, where I got Bella, well, where Erica's mom got Bella, and I know where Ashley Garrison volunteers. It's the
Humane Society.
It's the West Tampa Humane Society, and they are a no-kill shelter.
Yeah, they have a trap, neuter, vaccinate,
yeah,
return.
You're right. Humane Society is no kill, but I'm in Pinellas County, and the one over here, they couldn't help me. They were like, we got too many cats to deal with already. It's a cat thing, dude.
Yeah.
There's too many cats out there. So please do the humane thing. Do the right thing. Trap them. Bring them to a proper spay and neuter clinic. And they will help you foster out the kittens and figure out what to do with the mom.
We're not cat killers, and we don't want that. So whatever it takes to make sure that this mama gets spayed and neutered, and the other cats get adopted out, we will do. We're very adamant about that. We will not take them to a chop shop. Humane Society that does what you say. I promise
I appreciate that from you, Bubba, because I know you working back from the hog. I heard the PETA thing yesterday. I'm listening. A long-time listener, by the way.
No, but listen, and here's the thing. Prior to the hog deal, I never had a reputation of being mean to animals.
No, I know. You're not an animal cruelty
in fact,
person.
my shirt
That was all a bunch of BS.
In fact, my shirt today is a picture of my old Pookie.
I'm looking at it. It's a beautiful puppy.
She lived to be 18 years old, poor little thing.
You did a lot with Sam Simon as well too, who is like one of the biggest animal protectors.
We will do as you much like you said.
I know you guys care.
We do, and I do not want any of Tuttle's stray cats killed or anything like that. So we will
look for a private clinic that specializes in this. They actually care more than any of the government agencies. So.
We will
just leave it at that.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for your insight, my friend. Appreciate you.
Have you ever seen what?
Oh, look at that. Folia Wellness, the guy that sent in the Delta 9 stuff. $50.
I got to think that Folia Delta 9 or Delta 8 drink that I drunk yesterday.
Delta 9 THEA.
That I drank really, man. Phew.
That stuff makes me stupid.
By the way, Bubba,
I think it made me very stupid towards the end of the show. I think it started hitting me about the Joe Exotic interview.
It looks like he got some orders out of Florida, possibly from the show. So he said this is a kickback for maybe some orders. So thank you very much.
All right, where would a person go? I'll tell you, man, this stuff is pretty powerful.
FoliaCBD.com.
So FOL.
IACBD.com.
So FOLIACBD.com.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, and he says, if you want to use Bubba 20, whatever he gets, he'll send back to us.
All right, thank you.
Oh, Bubba 20.
Hello, who's this?
Hey, it's Charlie.
Yeah.
Is this Charlie?
Yep.
Yeah, can I ask you a quick...
Oh, no, you can't. Of course you can't. My God, I can't believe
he wants the adopted cats.
Yeah, maybe he wants a cat.
No,
I would rather not give it to him.
He would kill them.
When you're a guy that is so much enthralled into the show, you use every little topic matter to better yourself, to get your stupid ass on the air. If I really thought Charlie could give us some relief on these kittens and be a good owner and responsible, of course I'd have him on. But Charlie's just using that latest little bit of topic or show topic to bait us into putting him on the air. He doesn't care about those cats. Only people that care about those cats, Tuttle, is this show and you. And I hope you do the right thing.
What if what would be great is like maybe I can talk to like Gary Cantrell and maybe we can do a kitten like live stream where I put a camera by the food bowl because they're constantly eating.
Oh yes, we need to do that for this weekend. The kitten cam, the Tuttle kitten cam. That's a great idea.
Okay. All right.
By the way, we're gonna have like a 15-minute show meeting today afterwards. Are you ready for that?
I get. Let me see if I can. I have an interview at 10:05.
Okay. Well, don't worry about it. Just send us a list of your ideas, including the kitten cam.
Okay.
So that we can bring up to Gary because I think that would be huge. The kitten cam.
And I also have an intern camera guy now that is going to start filming all of my 10 meat reviews because you guys like having a cameraman.
I do, but I really need a cameraman to travel with you when you go to Okeechobee, and I would pay him.
All right, I'm working on it.
So, breaking, former Dodger pitcher Trevor Bauer is awarded more than $300,000 in a default judgment against the woman who accused him of sexual assault. Did she, Lummy, did they, I think Los Angeles or whoever that she did this nonsense at, she accused him of rape, and I think they did follow through with potentially filing a false police report. I think. And women that accuse men of that most heinous couple things. One, if a man really does that to you, if a man rapes you, sexually assaults you, human traffics you, does any of that stuff, the minute it happens, the minute you're free, the minute you're out of there, the minute you're back in your car or your Uber or your Lyft headed home, stop by the hospital and get a rape kit. That validates everything so much more efficiently than somebody that comes out and says, well, 15 years ago, I got raped by such and such. Now that such and such is famous and has a lot of money and things like that, I just got a big problem with women that come out decades or years and years and years later and bring up the sexual assault, rape / deal. Not that it doesn't happen, and not that your claim is not valid. I don't like when an extended amount of time has gone, and to me, the perpetrator looks less guilty the longer you go. But for the women that have gone out and ruined men's lives, and the man has been found not guilty, or the girl walked back her statement or whatever, Trevor Bauer will never be the same. The perception of him as a man, the amount of teams that would want to sign him, the fact that he may never play Major League Baseball again because of how just egregious these allegations this dumb bitch made that were all false. He'll never be the same.
He's kind of taken the similar route that you have as far as him being quote unquote blackballed for Major League Baseball. He went to go pitch in Japan last year, had a great year, and he would tweet out to teams and tweet that he'll go and he'll pitch for free, just to show that he still has it and he can still play in the majors.
Yeah,
and no one's giving him a shot. He has made $100 million in his career. So I know that he's not going to have to go out and get another job. But I think we're at the Kaepernick, point right now where I think he's been out for so long. And I'm not saying he can't pitch anymore. I just don't think. I think teams are just going to find other options that are less of a distraction.
I think Tuttle made an interesting point. I think that maybe one thing that he could do, Seth, just based on load management and is maybe being a closer, because what's a closer come in and in the perfect world, the closer throws 3 pitches. But in the unperfect world, a closer, throws 12 pitches, maybe. That's if he's an efficient closer and nobody can really hit him.
I don't think about it's a skill set or where he plays. I think it's about whether teams want to get in bed with him.
Right. With whether but here's what sucks is the rap ain't true. The rap ain't true.
It looks like the lady was charged with sexual prison for felony fraud.
Did she do prison time?
It looks like it hasn't gone to trial yet.
Why
but
doesn't
she
he
could
have a
face up to
documentary?
16 years.
There should be because you know why?
To follow him.
It's just most documentaries, he doesn't play a good victim.
Reality TV show?
I don't know. I mean, the Chrisleys are getting their. I mean, the Chrisleys are getting their reality show back, and the Kardashians are getting theirs back, and everybody's getting their reality shows back.
Would you want a reality show?
Me?
Yeah.
Yes and no. Yes and no. They do pay pretty good, but it's a guy following you around nonstop. And a lot of times they're telling you what to do, and it's not something I want to do. Reality shows are jokes. But I think that ship has sailed. If you're still into reality shows, there's so much good streaming out there between Paramount and HBO and Apple and Netflix and Hulu and Amazon Prime, and there's just so many great things out there that I think follow. Like, did you see they're trying to redo Duck Dynasty?
Yeah.
Like, give me a break. That was the biggest bunch of cornballs crap I've ever seen in my life.
I love that Earnhardt.
I watched a half of Earnhardt. I'm through episode 2.
Kelly Earnhardt in a race suit is so friggin' hot.
Who?
Kelly, the sister. Oh.
And I don't know that Kelly gets near the accolades that she should, because Dale Sr. first was a prick. Let's just be honest. Dale Sr., after he left Kelly and Dale's Jr.'s mother at a very young age, I think their mom split, and Dale and Kelly went with her until Earnhardt married Teresa, and then he brought Dale and Kelly back into the family I think Dale might have been like 6 or 7. Kelly might have been 10. But they shipped him right away because Teresa was so stiff and they weren't her kids. That, and Dale was out, if he wasn't out bulldozing. I think I have a lot of Dale in me, because if he wasn't out bulldozing his back 40, he was working on race cars. And, I'm just telling you, like, Dale was pretty cool. But he didn't really spend much time with his kids.
Military school for
so they sent Dale Jr. and Kelly to military school, like off-site, 2-3 hours away military school. And then Earnhardt and Teresa had a baby, Ashley June or Ashley, whatever the hell, I don't know what the hell her name was. And boy, Senior fretted over that kid. That kid that little daughter got everything. And then and that's where I'm at right now. And
what happened to the oldest one, the first Earnhardt?
Well, he got really jobbed out.
Yeah.
You know what? Listen to this. Dale had nothing to do with him, and he got jobbed out. That Meemaw, Earnhardt's grandma, Earnhardt's mother, who was all these kids' grandma, was just a very precious thing, and kept didn't really play favors. If my son made you, meaning Dale Sr. made you, and you're a child of his, whether you're the guy's name's Kerry, isn't it?
Yeah, Kerry.
Yeah, Kerry.
He raced NASCAR.
Well, yeah, but that was way after Dale felt real. See, he didn't get a ride. See, Kerry didn't get a ride until Dale felt real bad about how bad he jobbed him out as a kid.
Oh.
He didn't meet his dad till he was 16 years old.
Yeah.
But his Meemaw, Dale Sr.'s mom, would go to all this kids. So this kid was like, I always had this older woman show up to my baseball games, and I never knew who she was. And when he was like 14 or something, Kerry Earnhardt's playing baseball, and she walks up and says, I think it's about time you meet your dad, or something like that. Right, Tuttle? And when you get to be 16, I want you to drive your car or your truck, because I think Carrie Earnhardt's mom didn't want anything to do with Dale Sr. because he got her pregnant like in high school or something.
18.
And he was a real dick to her. He was just out racing short tracks, never, not paying. I think he abandoned the whole family.
Yeah, it looks like Carrie dropped out of high school to work at the local Pizza Hut so he could afford groceries for his parents.
Right. So then Dale Dale hooks up with Dale Jr. and Kelly's mom, and that lasts, how not very long. He ships her out. She takes the kids. Then Dale marries Teresa. He feels bad about what he did to Junior and Kelly, brings them back, but Teresa doesn't really like him because they're not her kids, so they ship him to military school. And then finally Dale brings them back to the house and lets Junior wear like this little uniform and kind of hang around the pits, right, Tuttle?
Yeah.
But he's really not doing much. And like you could see during the documentary that Dale Jr. always tried his hardest to get into his father's good graces. And but Dale Sr. was is it me, Tuttle? I know you're watching. He's a prick.
He came in one time.
I met him one time, got a picture with him. I might be able to get a hold of the Daytona 500 track photo and see if I could get it, but it was the day that I was going to wave the green flag for the shootout, and I got a picture with Dale Sr. on the wall.
What year was that?
I think, I don't know what year that was. Probably maybe 98, 99. He died in what, 01?
01, yeah.
Yeah, might have been 2000.
So, do you feel like, okay, so do you know that Earnhardt also didn't have a good relationship with his father, Ralph, either?
Well,
so it was
Ralph was stiff. Ralph was just an old moonshiner, stiff. All he wanted to do was race. Like, the whole family's messed up. Kind of like my family. I think all families, like obviously I have the Tyler situation. That's my family kind of mess up. I've made amends with my father. I love my dad. I understand now some of the things that I didn't quite understand growing up that my dad did, not to me, but just the way he was. I better understand it now. He really his love in life are these old cars, and his family was second. And I appreciate that. He wasn't out the bar drinking, spending stupid money on women. He was just out, restoring his antique cars. That was his jam. I appreciate that.
Do you feel like a father's job is to do a better job than their father did? Like at least try to get rid of some of that generational trauma.
I think a father's job is to learn from your parents, take the good, try to eliminate the bad. But in today's world, man, Seth is on the verge. He's in the right smack dab in the middle of raising a child. Lummy, you just began.
Yep.
Mine's over with now in more ways than one. Not only is my son 18 and has left the nest, but my son is now he was born in 2002. So he's June 24th, 2002. So that's going to make him what?
He'll be 23 this year.
My son will be 23.
Wow.
And not only has he left the nest, but he's left my life. And, it's so... I struggle with depression on that. It's tough. Listen, Seth, the bond you have with a child because you have a child. And Lummy, the bond that you have with the child because you have a child. And it's like, Tuttle, I can't explain. We as parents can't describe to you that bond of love that exists when you have a child. And when that's no longer in the cards or available, and they've just thrown you away, and it's just a really bad situation.
But it's still unconditional love, though, right? Like, even though, all this stuff has happened, Like, if he came back to you right now, you would probably act like nothing ever happened.
Nope.
Right?
Nope.
No?
If he came back to me right now, I would say to him, and I have to go into words, so I'm not late. Then I'll get into the Trump, Elon Musk breakup, the Knicks fire their head coach, a bunch of stuff to talk about. If my son would reach out to me, and by the way, he's getting married next month.
Ooh.
I would say before we continue whatever relationship we have, we need to sit down as a family, including your mother and your stepfather and my sister and my mom and me, and we need to hash out what we did wrong for you to treat us this way, so that we can learn what triggered this whole situation. Because, I mean, if I just go, oh, Tyler, come on back in, no big deal, we're just going to completely forget about the 4 years that you completely blocked me and completely, shut me out of your life. Let's forget about, what you did to Augie when you were on the Hell Tour last year. Let's forget about the fact that you call your mom about once every 6 weeks for a minute.
I mean, it'd be tough. It would be tough to sit there and I think to listen to all that, wouldn't it? Especially if you made the decision that you wanted to be, part of the family again for whatever reason, to then, have to go over your indiscretions over 4 years. I think that could be like a fight or flight situation.
I agree, which is why I think we're doomed. But he has hurt every one of us so badly that he no longer has a relationship with any of us. Very, very small relationship with his mother, Jenna. No relationship with the stepfather. No relationship with me. No relationship with Merch Crick. No relationship with my sister. No relationship with my mother. That's not, you've thrown your whole family away. Now, maybe I am to blame for whatever I did to upset you, but I'm sure that Augie and your mom and my sister and my mom, I'm sure they're not to blame. I'll take the blame. If anything, continue to cut me out of your life, but tricklate those others that I mentioned back in your life.
Did anybody that you mentioned get invited to the wedding?
No.
Ooh. Ouch.
We don't even know that the wedding's for real. Various people still, Bubba Army and friends still have access to his Facebook and Instagram and things like that. But he's blocked all of us pretty much. But within his Instagram and Tuttle, I think you're still.
No, I'm not. I'm not. Like I just looked.
You're blocked?
No, I'm not.
Well, let me go to words and you come up and tell me what they're saying.
Oh my God!
No, Tuttle, you got yourself blocked.
Yeah, I know.
Well, hold on, Tuttle. They're not gonna. I don't know that they're up now and can block you this fast. So while you're not blocked, can you run through and tell me what's happening?
I can send you some screenshots if you want me to.
Please do that.
All right.
If you want a deep dive into the Bubba the Love Sponge show from the past, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back after these words.
Nice. What should he carry? tips.
What time's Alex today?
I told him 9:15. You want me to move him up to like 9 or?
No, we're good.
Okay. DJ Brown, what's up? Oh, hopefully not Lieber Jeeber. Fully out of wellness. Hit those Bubba tips. Hit those thumbs up button. Hit that thumbs up button. Very much. Thank you much.
Thank you, Mushroom Mitch. Now, when does training camp start for, like, mandatory, doesn't matter who the fuck you are?
For the NFL?
Yeah.
Isn't it August?
I think it's July.
I think end of July, I believe it is. Let's see here. Training camp, July 16th. Training camps will begin from July 16th till preseason. Let's see, mandatory. Where's the box?
Broadcasting live from the Aquabedo studios.
Aquabedo.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
729, I think 729 likes or thumbs up on the Facebook. We haven't hit less than 100. You might have that date. I don't know.
1,000?
Yeah, I mean 1,000. Like that's kind of like the new par. And if I think we're gonna freak out just based on volume that we do on YouTube every day. It's pretty consistent, and we always, we hit 16, 17, 1,800 people watching at any one time or another. But we're always good for 1,000 thumbs up. I can't tell you and we started making it a thing, and now we don't. Make it even a thing because it's expected. You looking at your little notes there?
I sent you those things you wanted.
Oh, you did?
Yes.
My screenshots. Okay.
Yep.
So anyway, we're at 729. Hopefully, Lummy, the Tuttle Factor will bring them right on in.
Then we got Stein, too. Hopefully that brings it up.
Yes. Okay, so another Sunday round of golf before a busy work week. Okay, so it shows Tyler and his fiance playing golf. Okay, that's cool.
He posts a lot on his account.
They're playing more golf. Okay. Then they got a picture of it looks like they got a little wiener dog. Okay. And then it shows a picture of May 18th where he won the sprint car feature at Volusia. And then
do you want to leave a comment from Tuttle's account? Like, hey, it's dead.
I can if you want me to, but then I'm losing access.
No. Then another picture of the dog with a race tire in the background saying it's race day. And then a happy Easter picture with him and her and the dog. And it looks like is that it, Tuttle?
I sent you 2 rounds of like
February 26th was the last time we did hit 1,000.
When?
February 26th.
There you go. I mean, please. February, March, April, May, June. Like we're on a 4-month bender here. We're never not going to hit 1,000, please.
Woo.
A little golf to kick off. More golf, Lummy, and they like to play golf.
Wow, I didn't think he would be a golfer.
Me either, but he is. So great for him.
Maybe that's where he knows he'll never see you. The golf course.
More pictures of her with a dog. And then this is what really, 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 really sucks.
Oh boy.
Is that he's got a picture of him and her with her parents within their sprint car. And I guess they all traveled to North Carolina on a Friday night, including her parents. But
Cherokee?
Yeah, but Cherokee. But basically, her parents have become his parents, and he doesn't have any more parents. That's what kind of sucks. So anyway, Lummy, Tuttle, thank you for. Oh, looks like they went to a hockey game on March 6th, and there you go, Tuttle. Hopefully you don't get blocked, but you probably will.
That's fine. I got burners
because they. Tuttle's he's got puppet, sock account. You got it all, don't you, Tuttle?
Yeah, from my good old days of trolling you. I'm sorry.
So good luck to you, Tyler and Ace. I wish my family and Jenna's family could be more involved with you, and you have more than just her mom and dad that are your family because you have way more than that love you.
Have you talked to Tyler's mom and discussed?
I've talked to. I've talked to her husband, Augie.
Yeah,
and he pretty much gets me up to speed on how much Tyler corresponds with Jenna, which is not that much, and he does not correspond with Augie at all. He hates Augie, I think, as much as he hates me.
Why? What?
No. I think he hates me the most. I'm hated the very most.
But why?
Because here's why. And they all listen. Because Augie and I are the only 2 people to stand up to Aislinn. We're the only 2 people to stand up to her and say, that doesn't work. That's not going to happen. When Tyler was on this hell tour up in 29 races in 36 days, cost Augie about $180,000. And she had to go to work for the last 4 nights. The last 4 nights of the tour, she had to fly back. She works at the Ocala Regional Hospital. She's a nurse, has a good job. And she had to be back. And it was like a big, big drama, whodunit, just getting her on the plane. And Tyler then quit the next day. Had 4 more nights to go and quit the next day because he couldn't do it without her.
Was she his first piece of ass?
Yes.
Yeah, I asked this real quick, too. How do they meet?
At the races.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. And so Augie told him, I'm not. Well, basically, she was going to miss her work at the Ocala Regional Hospital to stay the additional 4 nights, which would have probably lost her job. And Augie knew how good of a job that she got on the ground level. Pulled I think Augie may have known a couple people that got her good job, and it's nothing but just huge leaps and bounds of what you can do at that job if you show up and do a good job. So Augie knew that arbitrarily missing 4 nights would be just horrible for her job. So he made her get on that plane, and then Tyler got mad at him for doing that. She got mad at him for that. Augie drove her to the airport and said, "Go get out."
Does Tyler have a job besides doing the race stuff?
I don't think so.
That's crazy.
I don't know. Here's the thing. I shouldn't say I don't think so because I don't know. I don't know. But,
don't sponsors pay for you to not have to work, or is it not quite like that?
Level. Not on the regional level. Not on the local regional. On the larger level, yes, but not on a local regional level. So it is what it is. Here are the Knicks, most successful season they've had in 25 years, and they fire their coach after they lost in the Eastern Conference Finals to the Pacers. Well, I mean, I'm hitting start, and it's
ESPN's not wanting to fire.
It's not now.
Now it just switched up our story,
and then it switched up our story.
Mm-hmm.
They updated the page.
We've been hacked because of what Tuttle just hacked.
System updated. The future of money is here.
All right.
Oh, here we go. Is this,
if it were to be Michael Malone that were in charge of the Knicks, what would your reaction to that be?
You can't complain about it. You don't know whether it'll be ideal or not based on how he departed from Denver. Apparently, the players wanted a new voice. Apparently, he and the GM couldn't get along well. I know I had the pleasure of working with him during the Western Conference Finals. The whole team loved working with him.
So is this guy, Tom, Seth, how do you say his last name?
Tom Thibodeau. He's talking about the Denver head coach now.
Oh, okay. So the Denver guy got axed too?
He got axed during the season, yeah.
I've known him for years. I think he's a hell of a coach. He's a great guy.
Do you think that Tom Thibodeau reappears quickly in the NBA?
Yes.
Just, because of his, God, by most team standards, very successful.
Didn't they say that a lot of the players did not like him on the Knicks?
A couple of years ago, so he knows what it takes. He knows what's required. The flip side to that, however, is that there's other coaches. I mean, Ty Lue's not available. Eric Spoelstra's not available. They're two of the best in the business. We know that. But you know what? Jeff Van Gundy's available.
What happened to that coach that coached at Butler and then went on to coach at Boston? I think,
he's the president of the Celtics.
Yeah.
All right, so he is one of the very few that survived coaching and started to kind of make it up the corporate ladder within the same organization that hired you to be a coach.
Yeah,
which I think is kind of rare.
College coaches are I think the staying and winning percentage has been very, very low over the years. But
along with going and trekking into being the president of operations now, right? From college.
Yeah, GM or president. Yeah, something like that.
And not from, and really not from a big powerhouse. I mean, Butler was good when he was there, and they were always, but they're not one of the big, what are the big franchises in college basketball? North Carolina, Duke,
Kentucky,
Kansas,
UConn.
right? I mean, Butler's not that. So to take the Butler coach, throw him in to Boston as the head coach, I think he did well there. Didn't he win a championship?
I'm sure.
And then, I think might have been the GM or assistant GM, and now he's the president of operations. That is really defying a lot of odds.
We don't. We sincerely doubt he'll be back in New York. Mark Jackson's available. How about the job that man did in Golden State before Steve Kerr took over? And for some inexplicable reason, he's been blackballed, it appears, because there's no reason on earth why he isn't on somebody's bench, if not as a head coach, as a lead assistant. It makes no sense whatsoever.
See, you know what, Seth? There's other people that get blackballed. I'm not the only one.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I feel better. I feel better now. Feel much better being in the blackball deal.
And then I think about the name Rick Brunson.
I mean, Trevor Bauer's blackballed.
Yes, sir.
This dude, he just spoke up, blackballed.
Mark Jackson.
Sorry, Mark Jackson. Woo! I am for real.
Father of Jalen Brunson.
Let me just answer your question. They did. The owner had meetings with a lot of players. Before
on the Denver side or the Knicks?
No, speaking about the Knicks, they had a lot of meetings with the players, so it looks like the players did have a say in it.
No.
Okay, so this might have been more of a player thing than, obviously it's not a success thing, it's a player thing.
relationship in terms of communicating with players and understanding what their needs are, what the requirements are.
Have players become so butter soft now, though, Seth, that you can't coach them up hard? Like, I mean, you can't coach them up like a Dean Smith did or a Bobby Knight.
That's what old heads will say, but I think a lot of people enjoy getting coached up. But I mean, this guy's like Tortorella. I mean, he's been around. He's got
Tortorella he can't keep a job.
He's been around. He's good. He's good to bring in. He's got a good track record. He's just
got a good system.
He's the way he is, and
he's just a prick, right?
Yeah. And the Knicks felt like they maxed out with Thibodeau.
Ability to hold them accountable, et cetera, et cetera. So those are names that.
What are the most sexy openings in the NBA right now where Thibodeau could end up? Obviously, Denver.
No, Denver has their head coach now.
They got their head coach.
They hired their interim head coach.
How about the Bulls? They ever going to make a change?
No. Billy Donovan's going to be there till he dies.
Yeah. The Orlando Magic coach, Steve Clifford, used to come in and tan in my tanning salon.
Did you tong him?
No, I never tonged.
To my mind, any
coach.
of those coaches will suffice, in my estimation, but it still won't justify the
5 coaches fired across the NBA this season: New York, Phoenix, Denver, Memphis, Sacramento fired Steve Kerr.
No, that's Golden State.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sacramento had Mike Brown, and I believe Doug Christie's their new head coach.
Is Steve Kerr locked into Golden State for as long? Is he the? Could he be the Phil Jackson of?
He won't be there that long. He'll pass the torch at some point. He's had horrible back issues for a lot of his coaching, and I think probably around the time Steph Curry is winding down,
he'll say, I'm out.
I think Steve Kerr will probably end up bowing out as well.
Isn't the guy from the Spurs
Popovich?
Isn't he maybe not coming back?
He's not. He moved up to the front office. He had a stroke this year and will not be returning to the bench.
He's an Indiana guy.
But have they named a replacement there yet?
Yeah, there was the guy that was interim this year. He's been under Popovich for a long time.
Right. So. Wasn't Popovich the longest tenured NBA coach? I think prior to him leaving.
I would assume so. Yeah. What was that title?
It's that woman coach. Remember that woman coach?
I think I think the Pacers have a woman coach.
Becky Hammon?
Yeah, Becky Hammon actually took over one time for Pop when he didn't go to a game, and she actually coached an NBA. She was the first woman to coach.
Is she with the Pacers now? Is she with the Pacers?
I don't know. I'm not sure, but I did see Tuttle that for the odds for the new Knicks job, she's middle of the pack.
Becky Hammon?
Yes.
I think that would actually, as much of a male chauvinist piece of shiz that I am, I think that a female coach in the NBA would be interesting.
And know that the Indiana Pacers one is Jenny Bosek.
Yeah, I see. Every time I see the Pacers timeout, she's right there with Carlisle. Like, she's right there talking with the whiteboard and. Like, what's her name? Jenny what?
Bosek.
What's her background?
She looks like she was a player development coach for the Sacramento Kings and assistant coach for the Mavericks.
But Hammond, though.
Well, listen to this question to all you sports fans out there. Who will have their first female head coach? The NFL or the NBA?
Oh, jeez, man.
The NBA.
And baseball.
Baseball probably.
I see no.
What? So would you say baseball might be the first professional league that has a coach that's a female?
Like a manager, that's in charge.
Skipper.
I think baseball. Well, I think it'll be a shock one day when there's a female offensive coordinator who you're going to get to see on the sidelines calling plays, strategizing. I still feel like we're a little ways away from that, Bubba. And I know a lot of women are getting worked into sports as coaches, as trainers. I knew Bruce Arians was big on it, but I think to find the right one, you have to find the right one. You can't just go, we're looking for a woman.
Well, the Tampa Tarpons, April told us, Lummy, is that our girl there, April?
Yeah.
April told me the Tampa Tarpons were coached by a girl.
Yeah, for I think a year or two.
And she got stolen away by, I don't know, the Dodgers or somebody because she's pretty damn good. And they were fast tracking her to something. You know what I'm saying?
I got to throw out though. Does it lessen a head coach as a woman if she's lesbian though? Like,
no,
I think a heterosexual female manager is.
So you're
more
saying
out there.
just because she's not interested in blasting any of the dudes?
Yeah.
Well, she can't be interested in blasting the dudes. The dudes can't be interested in blasting her.
Right. I mean, that takes the complete coaching dynamic out of it.
So if this is an attractive coach, we're gonna have to put a bag over her head. Like she's gonna have to wrestle she's gonna have to coach like a luchador.
Be like Rey Mysterio.
The absence of an explanation that the New York Knicks, cowardice, I might add, has failed to provide. It's really, really weak on their part.
Well, I mean, listen,
there's our next president, baby.
I mean, I'm just saying.
What's he think of the big, beautiful bill?
I don't know. Elon didn't like it, and him and Trump now, I mean, is this going to make Trump hate him? Is Trump going to get on Truth Social and talk smack? Supposedly, Elon was very, very, very critical of the big, beautiful bill.
I think because they've had conversations about it, like face to face, and they've both admitted, I feel like Trump understands that Musk isn't for it. And I don't think Trump feels bothered by that.
Okay, so like Trump's not blindsided by it. They've had a conversation.
They're being very I mean, they're being, for at least some of the people I've seen, like Mike Johnson, they're being very respectful of what Elon did, and how he's been a part of the administration. But they are openly saying that he is wrong with how he disagrees with the bill.
We'll get into that next. The big, beautiful bill Elon was very critical of. I think the Speaker of the House came out and said Elon's a piece of shiz. I don't know that Donald's really said much about it. Do you know that the press secretary for the White House, the more I watch her.
You like her?
I think she's a spark plug, man.
Yeah.
I think she's.
I mean, dude, she would be into you. She's 27, man. She got knocked up by the 60-year-old.
Oh, fantastic! Unfortunately, I got a vasectomy. I can't knock up.
She doesn't want any more kids, Bubba. She just wants to be blasted.
You can try.
Well, if she just wants to blast a 60-year-old, sign me up.
She milks her baby in the office. It's very empowering for women.
I think that she's probably the best we've had since Sarah Huckabee. Like, she's good. Like, she is absolutely good.
I feel like they have her up there 4 times a day, or she's up for 2 hours straight. But, I mean, she answers every question in the world. She loves that Ducey guy.
Yes, she does.
All the women love Ducey.
They do. We'll get into the potential Elon Musk / Trump breakup, which we don't think really is a breakup. I think Seth's right. Elon had a problem with Trump's big, beautiful bill that got passed.
But he's been taking it very public, Bubba. Like in his tweets last night, it looked like a very, very, very hard turn from where he had been for the last few months.
You guys don't realize how much damage out of all the people that Elon has taken. Like, more than anybody that supported Trump.
And you know what, Elon, I don't even think Elon ever thought that anything would ever happen like this.
No, I thought he thinks that, it's just people are going to appreciate me being able to find all these programs that are spending way too much money, and we're spending, $8,900 for a hammer, and we're spending $5 billion to the Congo for AIDS research, and just, I'm able to really, really, really whittle down some of this overspendage and make America and cut down some of our deficits and stuff like that. I don't know that Elon knew that the half of the American public that hates, because, any president's 50-50 at best. I don't think that he knew that it would affect Tesla and his other businesses as much as it has. And I think that he's coming back partly with the tail between his legs, trying to understand what got him to the dance and what he's really most responsible for, and that is overseeing his various companies and their financial healthness.
Did Elon not see what happened to the Mr. Pillow guy?
Yeah,
that whole company went on.
I think the company's is it out of business?
Pretty much. He's broke again. He's on crack. He's in Minnesota.
I'm like you know what? I think I'm the better correlation between me and blackballedness and stuff like that is I'm Bubba Pillow.
He was the first one to back Trump, and he's out of a job.
Mine didn't have anything to do with Trump. Mine just has everything to do with my best friend blasting my wife.
Go ahead, I don't think you can compare a pillow guy to a guy that's shooting rockets off the Mars.
Mike Liddell was worth a lot of money.
Not a lot.
Yeah. Not compared to Elon. Elon could have him killed.
Elon wipes his ass with the pillow guy's money.
But he probably does use the pillow. Elon does definitely use the pillow.
Does any of us own any of that nonsense? I don't.
No.
Hey,
I'm trying to think. How do the red hats dealing with the Elon stuff? Like, do they hate Tesla again? Do they like Tesla again? Do the blue hat people? Do they go back and support Elon?
I know the stock is going back up.
Who's protesting? I want to know. Nobody knows how to feel about Elon anymore. They can't run to their certain side, so their brains and wires are getting crossed.
I want to do ketamine.
We'll break all that down and more next. Hold on.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
You should try to find that. That's live.
Last night?
It looked like something from yesterday.
Well, it says 11:03.
I mean, is this really after it rained for the first time in 6 months, we're doing a stormwater concern?
They're out there talking to Jay and this lady.
Jesus, man. They didn't even bother.
See if you can find it for me.
They didn't even bother out there during the hurricane. They let all those rich people just spend for themselves with their 8 generators. Thank you.
What?
Thank you, Shadow Panda.
Permagram.
Yow! I feel okay. Da-na-na-na-na-na-na. Not quite good.
No. I feel good.
I saw a Gator story. I was gonna ask Tuttle about. Like they didn't hire their president or something.
Yeah, the Asian guy. They said no.
I don't know what. I don't know. I don't
Sent you
know.
the South Tampa story with Jay, I think. Why they didn't hire him?
Yeah. What's up, Kostika? I got your text yesterday. Should be replying today. What's up, Permagrom? Dude, I'm convinced we're not supposed to lay down flat when we sleep, dude, because I ain't never been comfortable in my life with a pillow. One pillow, 2 pillows.
But that's why the Mr. Pillow is so good.
Can I tell you what? Honestly, when I worked at 620, Aaron Jacobson had a My Pillow endorsement, and he gave me one of the pillows, and it didn't change my life at all. And it wasn't because it's a Republican thing.
I had to go cheap on
He probably, because I don't think it was what got him to the dance.
Remember the foam was,
No, there was none of that, Lummy.
Ah.
Now I have a Peely Posturepedic.
Oh. That's a big money there.
Those beds that, like scrunch up, whatever, they remind me of hospital beds. So.
The scrunch up ones.
Well, beds that, like, extend, it's not like it's not a Sealy Posturepedic, or am I thinking of something else? What were those beds that used to be like
Ones that remove?
Yeah, like sit you up and shit like that?
Bubba has one.
Does he?
Yeah.
For real?
He was a sponsor of the show.
What's it called?
Fuck, sir. No, sir.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito Studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
I'm going to kill Nurse Crick. I'm going to kill her.
Oh, God.
I'm going to absolutely, I'm going to, today, call Tampa PD and said there's going to be a murder.
Oh, boy.
Uh-oh. She knows not to text me these long-ass narratives of stuff until I get off the air. I think she thinks she's immune to that. And I've told her, stop texting me long-ass stuff that listen, you wouldn't believe how long these are, these goddamn texts that she sends.
Could that be a bit where we sit around reading your long text?
Look at this one.
That's a call, man.
Hold on. There's another one.
Oh, no.
This is all this morning.
Do you have the Apple Intelligence?
Here's another one where she's like including.
Oh, that's small font.
Come on, Erica. Come on.
What were you saying, Tuds?
The new Apple Intelligence will take text
God,
that are really,
that
really
pisses
long.
me off.
And they'll summarize it.
It's like she doesn't think. I've told her a million times, stop texting me long form texting when I'm on the air. Like, that applies to you. That's not for,
Maybe she just thought that was for the time you yelled at Big Buck for texting you.
Jesus Christ.
During the podcast.
I mean.
Whoa. That was a foot stomp for the
It
ages.
just pisses me off.
Let's call her. Let's call her and yell at her.
Do you think that, stop. Life can wait till 10 o'clock. If it's my mom in the hospital or Tara in the hospital or something, yes, I need to know about it immediately. This is other stuff that I can handle at 10. Can you not effing wait one goddamn hour?
Is she here? Do you want me to drag her down the stairs?
No, she's not here.
Okay.
God damn. Just like, and I'm telling her, don't text me long texts. Like, if she just needs hey, blah, 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 I can answer that. But I can't dig into these long texts that are full of different variables during the, it takes me,
yes.
we have 5 minutes and 20 seconds. By the time I get my headphones off and the next story cleared and what I'm going to possibly do, and sometimes I reset YouTube so that I get a better what our numbers are there, from people that are following us. Sometimes I'll reset Rumble, go and refresh all those, and then start worrying about what I'm going to potentially do on the next story. As you can see, I have some things lined up. I also found this story too,
where former Indiana basketball players, even under Bobby Knight, are saying that there was a doctor that was touching them, much like in a Larry Nassar kind of deal.
Oh.
Which is breaking news out of Bloomington, which I might want to get to. I racked up this story: Elon attacks Trump funding bill, disgusting abomination, and then I racked up this story, which is House Speaker Mike Johnson saying that they're very disappointed in Elon. At that point, Lummy, I was going to probably take a break. That put us at break 6. Maybe go one more about the lunatic that jumped the Mar-a-Lago wall, and I was going to maybe get into the fact that, you know what, I really think that the Secret Service needs to step it up even further, because I feel I feel
dude, we got to outsource this to like private security trained assassins from around the world. I mean, this guy would be dead. I am really, really surprised at how close that you can get. So then you've got a guy that's trying to jump the fence and then demanding to marry or whatever Trump's freshly 18-year-old granddaughter it's a highly disturbing.
And here's the deal. I feel that, where there's smoke, there's fire. And they're getting closer and closer to Trump, and
well, he wanted his granddaughter.
They're gonna get him.
What'd you say, Lumby, about
he wanted his granddaughter, though. This maniac.
Yeah, but I'm saying
that's what he says. But I mean, you still like Seth said, you still are jumping the fence at where the president may or may not live.
You don't want anybody jumping the fence going after 18-year-old granddaughter at all. Who is that's right. That's even.
And who's to say if that's what he really wants? He just used that excuse so that he didn't say, I want to kill Donald Trump.
Man, this is tough for Trump because Florida is really the shadiest place on earth. And so it's not surprising that all these weirdos gather outside Mar-a-Lago.
But you're right, man. They need to have Secret Service plus, former Israeli, like the Israeli special.
Yeah, all the guys that did the beeper operation, get them over here.
Yes, bring the beeper dudes over.
And do something to that fence that they jump.
Red Rover, send the beeper dudes right over.
Capture cartel members. We flip them.
Yeah. Everybody from all around the world. You flip them and you just have them protecting Mar-a-Lago, and they get to stay free.
The president's buddy versus his budget bill. Elon Musk is ripping the House spending plan in a new post on social media. The world's richest man, who was officially working for the Trump administration until a few days ago, says that the outrageous and pork-filled bill is a disgusting abomination.
You knew this was coming, right? You knew the fallout between these two bros.
The love is lost?
I think so. Those words come as President Trump. He's working the phones. He's meeting with Republican senators. He's trying to get this spending bill passed by his self-imposed July 4th deadline. Senate Republicans are planning to meet tomorrow to discuss the bill. Several of them are skeptical. Senior political correspondent Rachel Scott joins us now with more. So, Rachel, Elon Musk, you went from working for Trump a couple of days ago, such a warm goodbye. Now he's working hard, hurling invective against this legislative agenda. What's going on?
Well, Terry, I will tell you, I think people that are not laughing are probably Senate Republicans right now because they're trying to figure out what exactly to do with this. And especially administration officials over at the White House, they could not be happy about Elon Musk and his comments now really stepping up, criticizing this bill. Yes, just a few days ago, he said in a media interview that the bill could be big and beautiful, but perhaps not both. And now they're having to respond to someone who was serving in their own administration, working closely with the president, was one of the most powerful advisors. You see him there standing next to the president, next to the Resolute desk, and now he's weighing in. So we just heard from House Speaker Mike Johnson just moments ago. He said, with all due respect, my friend Elon is terribly wrong about the one big beautiful bill. But listen, Elon Musk does have the ear also of some Republicans, since he has been now in this circle here in Washington, D.C. And a lot of Republicans, quite frankly, don't even need their criticisms from Elon Musk because they have their own concerns about this bill, including the level of spending, guys.
Well, Republicans plan to meet tomorrow to discuss the bill. So what are we hearing from some of the holdouts?
I mean, isn't the bill almost like
big and beautiful?
It's big and beautiful, but it's like almost exactly what Doge did and stands for. There's some way overspending. There's some just egregious spending, and it's not what Elon's mission was.
Bubba, I don't know anything about anything, but when Marjorie Taylor Greene's got an issue with the bill and she said she's not going to vote for it as is or whatever, then I think then you got something going on
She
there.
didn't even read it. She didn't even read it.
That's true.
I just got back from Capitol Hill. I was in the halls talking to several Republican senators. And I think the challenge here for so many is going to be not only just getting on board with the level of spending. They're looking at that CBO estimate, the Congressional Budget Office, which is an independent, nonpartisan organization, estimating it would add trillions of dollars to the deficit over the next 10 years. That goes against what Republicans are arguing. And that's Elon Musk. That's his whole argument, that it would undercut and undermine the push of what they were campaigning for back in November. Take a listen to what Senator Rand Paul had to say about what the president, also who has tacked him, but listen to what he has to say about the bill.
I don't make it personal at all. I like the president, supported the president. In fact, I'm for the tax cuts. I am for a lot of the bill, but I can't in good conscience give up every principle that I stand for and every principle that I was elected upon, and that's that we can't accumulate more debt.
I saw Trump's excuse to Rand Paul. He's like, he votes no for everything. Doesn't matter. He just didn't even put it over Rand. Like Rand Paul, then I saw another news clip. Rand Paul's like, I don't vote no for everything. I voted yes for this and this and this and this.
Do you think you could be happy running Kentucky?
Oh no,
no, you don't. Because I was like, man, this is one of the biggest dogs in Kentucky, and I was just wondering, probably for 20 or 30 minutes, what that would be like.
Yeah. So you hear there from Senator Rand Paul, even
I actually think the head coach for Kentucky has more power than Rand Paul does.
Despite the president coming out very
and Rick Pitino did too until he got in trouble.
Forcefully.
Didn't Rick Pitino get thrown out of Louisville for really bad?
Well, listen, he just had a little bit of sex on a couple of tables in a restaurant.
Was somebody that worked there, right?
Was it a student? Was it a?
No, I think she was of age.
The Gators coach just has so much swagger. He did it, and he won a national championship.
As I should say, against Senator Rand Paul, really trying to pressure these Republican holdouts to get on the same page. He's saying flat out, right now, he is a no on this bill, guys.
And Rachel, we just heard, informed by our control room, that Speaker Mike Johnson has come out now and
has this bill been passed
by the House? Yes.
And is it saying like maybe it might not make it past the Senate, right?
Yeah, it's hanging in the Senate right now.
Responded to Elon Musk. This is really the drama. The Democrats seem in irrelevancy right now. What is Speaker? Actually, let's roll.
What are some of the big things in the bill that people are having a problem with? I think a lot of the Medicaid cutting and things like that.
It takes AI regulations is out of the state's hands for 10 years, and I think a lot of people are against not being able to regulate AI, especially with where it's going over the next decade.
I think you need to regulate, and that's going to be a problem if you don't.
I think I saw that was not that they were going to take that off the state level.
I think they're also cutting out all PB, like all public broadcasting, like TV and radio.
I don't think anybody cares about that.
No, in fact, I applaud that. I think
Sesame Street.
I mean,
Sesame Street. Sesame's hanging in, right? Like
I don't know.
They're I mean, I think Sesame's going to find a new home.
I mean that public service radio station you got, I don't know, whatever the hell it is, it gets cut out.
NPR?
NPR gets cut out, and some public service stuff on TV gets cut out. I'm for all that.
What about
nobody
PBS,
listens to that
though?
nonsense? Get out of here.
This, right? So here's what Speaker Mike Johnson had to say.
Elon is missing it, okay? And it's not personal. I know that the EV mandate is very important to him. That is going away because the government should not be subsidizing these things. It's part of the Green New Deal, and I know that has an effect on his business, and I lament that. We talked about the ramp down period on that and how that should be duly considered by Congress, but for him to come out and pan the whole bill is to me just very disappointing, very surprising in light of the conversation I had with him yesterday.
Yeah, Rachel, Mike Johnson's a mild-mannered fella. He sounded a little tart there. Sounded like he's a little upset.
Yeah, and especially for Speaker Johnson, because whatever version of the bill that passes the Senate, is going to have to go back to the House for final approval. The Senate is almost certainly going to change something in this bill, maybe numerous things. That's going to have to go back to the House and be passed. And so when you have someone like Elon Musk giving a lot of these holdouts cover, that puts someone like Speaker Mike Johnson and Majority Leader John Thune in a very tough position when they're trying to get their party on the same page. Yes, Republicans may
Elon looks like he's on ketamine right there.
have the majority in both the House and the Senate, but we are talking about very, very small numbers here. There is little to no room for error, guys.
All right, Rachel Scott, as always, thanks very much.
As always, it sucked.
Those dudes were pretty stoked about reporting that story. I mean, we have
a fun time.
I mean, this has been like wrestling. We did know that when they did come together, that of course there would have to be a fallout eventually between Elon and Donald. And I'm not saying this is it. You can disagree with the bill, and I think that they can be fine. But I do think we're probably 2 to 3 months away from waking up to a Truth Social post about how Musk is a fraud.
Elon Musk just called your
Montreal screw job.
Yeah, let me say this.
Speaker of the House.
It's very disappointing. Okay, I've come to consider Elon a good friend. He's obviously a very intelligent person, and he's done a lot of great work. We've applauded all the work they've done with Doge and identifying fraud, waste, and abuse in the government. It's a very important service that's been performed, and we're so excited about it. We're now in the process of codifying that. As you all know, the administration has qualified and quantified the fraud, waste, and abuse that they found in Doge. They're sending it to us to codify, and that's what we'll be doing with the rescissions package and the appropriations process. And so
this guy. Who the hell is he looking at the entire time? He looks mad as hell. Look at him.
That's something we're very excited about. But with all due respect, my friend Elon is terribly wrong about the one big beautiful bill. We had a long conversation yesterday. He and I spoke for, I think, more than 20 minutes on the telephone.
Was Elon maybe on a little too much Ketty yesterday?
Like, he was been on Ketty the whole time. He couldn't even use his crank the right way.
And I extolled all the virtues of the bill. And he seemed to understand that. We had a very friendly conversation about it, and I told him that we're achieving not only all of our priorities, all the promises we made on the campaign trail, all the America First agenda wrapped into this legislation. We're also achieving, the top line on this is 2 very important things. We're making permanent a massive tax cut, and we are making a massive reduction in spending. $1.6 trillion is the calculation. I've said this many times. I'll be saying it until we get this thing over the line.
This guy, this Asian guy, this guy is not to be joking with. Let me in the back. See him?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Whoa, what the hell?
This is the most amount of money that any government has ever saved on planet Earth in a piece of legislation. Ever. It's a very important first start. Elon is missing it, okay? And it's not personal.
You know what?
I know that
I don't even care. I don't even care. Bill,
am I the only one that's weirded out by him?
Bill Schmill.
By Mike Johnson?
Yeah, dude, he has no emotion. He's one of those guys I
no
look at.
politicians do. They're all heartless scums. They are. They're not there for your best interests and those 3 feral cats' best interests and Elise, Seth's mom's best. They're in there for their own positive gain. All of them were lobbyists. And look at Pam Bondi. She worked for she was the she was the assistant state attorney under Mark Ober for years, and then she did some campaigning for Trump in Florida, and then I think she was the Florida Attorney General. I think I could be wrong, and she continued to do campaigning for Donald Trump. And then I think she was maybe in his cabinet or an advisor under his first term. After he lost, she went in and worked for one of the largest Washington lobbyist groups there are. And boom, Trump becomes president. Now she's what? Secretary of State? Or I don't know. Who the hell is what?
What, Pam Bondi?
Yeah, what is
Attorney General.
Yeah, now she's the Attorney General.
Bubba, what do you want?
It's all just a big ass kissing, back scratching nonsense. What are you gonna say, bud?
What do you want to say to the people in chat that are sad to see how far left you've become and how you bash Elon Musk and Donald Trump every day?
I don't. I just talk like a normal dude. I think the normal Republican is over it too. It's like, You two fighting back and forth, and I mean, Lummy's is a bootlicking MAGA guy, and I think that he probably gets, like the inconsistency and the drama and the nonsense. To me, I think we're in a much better situation than we would have been had either Joe Biden stuck it out or Kamala Harris won. I think we're in a far better situation. I love their aggressive immigration plans. I love a lot of things that they're doing. I think Trump needs to kind of get his eye back on the Ukrainian-Russia deal. I think that could end up being bad. And I also think that he's not keeping his eye on the Israeli conflict like he needs to as well. Maybe he needs to get this big, beautiful bill passed so that he can do a little bit more of that. But I like a lot of what he's doing. I just get tired of this back and forthness with Elon. I just really do. And let me, being a very, very, very staunch Republican, bootlicking MAGA guy, I don't feel I'm hating at all.
Not at all.
I think the average guy kind of feels the same way I do.
Exactly. He just needs to keep his focus on the goal.
I'm upset with the NASA cuts in this bill.
Well, NASA's been cut for a while.
No, but we're really going to put all of our eggs in one basket about getting satellites and stuff up to a foreigner? Like we're not even giving
the money to Elon.
Well,
we're not letting him blast off all of our satellites and what have you, SpaceX.
Elon wants to be all private. He's getting.
I thought that the government used him a lot in their space exploration and blasting off satellites. I thought that the American government used SpaceX. That's how SpaceX has been so successful, is because they've gotten a lot of the government contracts.
No, he's actually paying for the use of their launch pads at Kennedy Space Center here. He's
going private, and he's actually paying the government to use their launch pads.
Yeah,
are launch pads that expensive that he just can't build his own?
There is a big space traffic jam right now. Like the amount of rockets they shot one overnight at 12:44. There is not a day that's not going by that we're not getting a SpaceX launch here in this county.
What about China? Are they getting up in space too?
Yeah, they are.
I don't think so. I think they're keeping things on the ground and dominating.
Remember they had that
here.
balloon that was infiltrated our country?
Yeah, that's where they're at. They're on balloons right now.
China is trying to build something on the moon.
So get this, though. So the flags, the American flags that we put up back in the day in the 60s and stuff, due to sun radiation, they're basically just white flags right now that are sitting on the moon.
That shows you that we've given up on our space exploration. They're white now.
China has created a flag that will last over 2,000 years.
Well, if we ever go back to the moon, we'll have that same flag. We're just not going back to the moon.
Listen, China's trying to plan. They're planning on putting trying to put a nuclear power plant on the moon.
Are they?
Yeah.
Oh, dude, you can't. That's not going to work.
That's kick ass.
That's kick ass.
Let me go to the. Hey, listen, I don't want a nuclear power plant anywhere near where I live. So put it on the goddamn moon, right?
That can get anybody.
Can't think of a better place for it.
Oh man,
the moon. Let me do some words. Rack up Alex for me if you can.
Yes, sir.
All right.
If you love that segment, then check out BubbaArmyHQ.com and do a deep dive on past shows. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be right back.
No, that's why the Golden Dome should just blast off China's space guys.
And fuck China sitting around trying to come up with a flag that lasts 2,000 years.
Yeah, fuck them.
Sun's gonna explode way before that. You know what I'm saying, Lummy?
That's right. Fuck it. Fuck the Chinese. And their flags.
Easy.
Sorry. Good
Easy.
China,
They're listening and they're on their way.
That's true. Fuck. We got guns. Yeah, they're exploring, all right.
Oh man, I could use a good hurricane scare to start the season.
Macho's already ready because that depression that is sending all that that rain down south, it could form into something.
What do we have? A depression coming off Africa that'll be here in 3
No, the
weeks?
depression right there. See the low pressure
That's
system?
a depression?
Yeah, it's the low pressure system.
Is that coming our way?
It could turn into a tropical depression.
Bubba, I might have to sleep in the studio this weekend. It looks like
whatever you need, buddy.
It looks like a depression's coming.
Yeah.
I was walking in the rain last night with my shirt off, Lummy.
Oh, really?
I felt alive, man.
Were you singing?
I was just thinking.
Singing?
No, I wasn't singing.
Singing in the rain?
I was.
It was a Select Comfort Sleep Number.
Oh, I saw that. I thought there was another one.
I don't know.
The pop-up bed.
Oh, the purple ones?
Purple?
Remember they did like purple mattresses?
I don't know, man. I thought I'd get me one though.
Well, the Sleep Number one is a pop-up bed too.
Lummy, we'll find the right bed for us. Don't worry.
So we're getting a bunch of rain this weekend?
No, today we're getting a bunch of rain.
Thanks, Xerxes. I'll get pigmentation up for the rest of you guys.
So happy to hear
I'll
you.
put it up today. No songs. It annoys people too much.
That's only for the great babyface for tomorrow.
Yeah. People get mad because we talk and do our job.
Can't have that.
But it gets annoying because you might have to touch your volume button, and that is like, God forbid, I have to turn something down for a minute.
Now, Lemmy, can I play something with Alex?
Yeah, we should have a problem with that.
And just put it over us?
Yep.
Oh, Tempur-Pedic. That's what Bubba's Cankle said. That's what it was.
What, the other bed?
Tempur-Pedic. Yeah, I thought it was called a Peely Posturepedic, but a Tempur-Pedic.
Tempur-Pedic.
Oh, damn, he's recommending it.
Yeah, adjustable bed. That's what you need, Ted.
Bubba, can we get adjustable beds for our Christmas bonus this year?
They're only $4,500.
No, fuck. Are you fucking kidding me?
Are you fucking kidding me, dude? Why can't you get an endorsement deal like Skag? And we can all talk about how great we sleep every day. And then Gene could pump the competition.
Yeah, he can talk about the...
I just sleep on a board on the floor. I don't know why I need this fancy shit.
Yeah, fuck them. I'll just go down to the mattress firm. $99. Yeah, $940, 79 months.
Man, Rumble really fucked us today, Lummy.
They did.
How
They're
bad?
gonna be sucking our dick tomorrow.
That is fucking... this is the worst fucking we've gotten from them.
But is it still better than the numbers before? Like, is there's still a boost because you're on the front page, right?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, the numbers are better. But they're still fucking us.
Are you sure that Ciroc's not going to tell you to fuck off one day, Lummy?
No. We're too good to them. We sent them above Army gear. I think Stein just woke up.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabedo Studios. Aquabedo.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Alex Stein, prime time, pimp on the blimp, standing by.
Good morning, Bubba. Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. It looks like you literally just got out of bed. You just got out of bed.
I did about 3 minutes ago because I woke up this morning at 6 a.m. to the restroom and let the dog out, and then I went back to sleep. So I did one of those. Usually I stay up, but I went back.
Usually
to sleep,
when that happens, you just got to really lay down for the long haul and get that, well, you slept till damn near 9 o'clock probably.
I
right?
did, and I got to get on the grind now. I got a lot to do today. But, Bubba, we got to talk about the elephant in the room. Everybody's been talking about the heat, that we had 2 weeks ago.
We don't got heat. We had heat. It's just that it's not.
I think it was disrespectful.
It's not worth rehashing because we're going to get no progress. So it's better for you to know that I was mad. You probably understand why. I do a different type of show than you do. You're a debater and not a long form monologue type guy. You're more of a.
Are you saying he's beneath you, Bubba?
Nope, not at all.
That's what he's saying. Exactly what he's saying. No, but keep going. I want to hear this thing because I didn't realize John Morgan was such a big deal. But keep going.
John, I've known John for 25 years. He's done some favors, some six-figure favors for me. He obviously, the one time I got a chance to say hi and spend a few minutes on the phone with, even though you think he's a scumbag, being able to talk to a former president, even for just a few minutes, is kind of cool. It
is cool. It is cool. I would like to meet even Joe Biden or Bill Clinton.
Especially because he was on the Lolita Express.
Yeah,
right.
and I'm not, when I say that, you and I do two different things. I do long form monologue radio, and you do more gotcha type, debating kind of deal. That's not meant to be disrespectful or a comparison. It's just what it is. It's what it is. I do a 4-hour show and you do a 2-hour show. And
I do a 1-hour show actually. But you are right. But this is one thing though, Bubba, and he was not. We should have given him. You told him, hey, look, Alex works at this conservative network, this and that. But if he is going to run for governor, he's going to get much harder questions than that.
And absolutely. And John's not mad. He's not reached out to me and said that was bull crap.
And in 30 years, he's probably heard that complaint a million times about.
But I just would have, if I had somebody laying in the bushes for you that was on the microphone and you didn't know about it, you could very well say, Bubba, why'd you have a guy laying in the bushes for me?
I wouldn't. I would slice the guy up. I would love it. I would welcome that. I welcome that.
I understand that, but I have too much respect for John. I have too much respect for you. I got too much respect for a handful, Tony Stewart, Dion, some of the people I could potentially have that are friends, and that I wouldn't want to blindside with something that they're not prepared for. I at least should have been able to introduce you as a person that's in the studio who works for Glenn Beck, who is, ultra right wing, and he has a couple questions for you. I just wish I could have formatically done it that way rather than the very abrasive. You came in hard. You weren't letting them off the hook. You were, and so I that's it. And it's not.
Why did it? Okay, so John Morgan was cool. There was never really any issue with that. And Stein, apologized for everything. But there was a hangover of you still being upset.
Just on the respect or lack of respect aspect of it. Alex knows that he is in that league of people that I talk about, the people that I respect, the Deion Sanders, the Tony Stewarts, the John Morgans. He's in that league of people, and I'm old school, obviously, and I just wish I thought it was a little disrespectful to bonsai my show when I didn't even know that Alex was going to be on the air that day or at the time.
Yeah, because I was still in bed. That was true. There was a little bit of a snafu with that. But this is the thing.
Had I had you in here since 8 and I knew you were present and I knew you were participating, I could have maybe alerted John to your presence. And listen, again, none of what you said upset him. None of what you said is a problem to him. It was just a problem to me because he's my friend and I didn't want to upset him.
Well, also, Macho brings up a good point, is that also another thing that probably upsets you a little more is that Stein was supposed to come in later in the week, and we probably could have hashed this all out, but Stein wasn't able to make it due to traffic.
Can I jump in?
You know, it's funny that you guys say this. Is I don't get to live in beautiful Tampa. I live in Dallas, Texas, a real concrete jungle with Hispanic people that I constantly have to dodge with my car. So when I go to Tampa, it's finally like I'm on a vacation. I get to look at the beach. I don't look at the beach every day. I don't ever see a beach. You guys see the beach every day. I don't get to take the beach for granted. So when I go there for 2 days, let me go enjoy it. Tampa for 2 days.
But enjoy it when you know that you're not supposed to be on the show. The show's only a 4-hour window, and you can enjoy the beach far better.
Wait, no,
I understand that,
Stein,
but I'm at the Seminole Hard Rock. I'm
yeah.
up till 3 in the morning on a damn Dragon Link slot machine, fighting for my life all night. Okay, so sometimes in the morning I'm not going to be 100%. Was that impulsive? Should I have been on the slot machine? Should I have been on the roulette table? Should I have been yelling at Asian people at the baccarat table?
Should have been all that and more. But you should have. You probably go ahead. Let me go ahead because I know you want to say something.
Oh no, I was just saying I was trying to give Stein the out by saying he was stuck in traffic, but now it seems like he was on the beach.
Well, no,
and
I
in the
was
casinos.
because by the time we got out, by the time we drove out there,
beach and casinos. But those are two soft spots for him too.
Yeah.
Beach and casinos, and we got them both. So you're not going to necessarily get the most attentive Alex Stein when he's here. I get it.
That's what I'm saying. You guys are trying to villainize me. It's nothing to do with you. I don't get to go to Tampa. I don't have casinos in Texas. I don't have any of this stuff in Texas. We have nothing. Literally, I had to go to city council meetings for fun to yell at mayors. We literally, and I'm not complaining about Dallas. I'm just saying going to Tampa, it's much different. It's an actual vacation. It's like going to a real place, and compared to Dallas, so there's nothing going on other than maybe a concert. So yes, I'm at the casino acting bad. Yes, I'm acting. And then by the time we did get up, we got out of bed at 8 a.m. It was 45 minutes to go from the 8 miles from the Seminole to the studio because traffic was so bad because the whatever 45, whatever high that highway is so screwed up.
45.
Hey, Bubba,
what is it? 5? I don't even know what is it.
75. Tuttle's got an observation.
Yeah. I'm sorry, but I'm about the bonsai Alex Stein here.
Okay, go ahead. He's ready for it.
Can he hear me?
Yes, of course
Alex?
he can. Yes.
Okay, so
I can't hear him.
Oh, you can't hear him? Hold on here. Let me see here. Let me hit. Let me see. Couch. Can you say something, Tuttle?
Check.
Can you?
Yeah, I got him. I got you loud and clear, Tuttle.
All right, perfect. Go ahead, Tuttle. Go ahead.
I want to ask what ended up happening, Alex? Why did you completely sell me out? I had worked on clearing my schedule about doing a bit with you while you were in town.
Tuttle, I sent you 5 different text messages.
No, you did not,
Tuttle.
Alex, you did not. Alex, stop playing. I swear to God, you didn't.
Hold on.
This isn't even Tuttle.
Tuttle. Don't call him a liar. Just
no,
say.
he is. He's already talking over me and everything. And I'm sorry.
Tuttle.
Tuttle, I texted you this Sunday, May 18th. I sent you the damn thing to the meeting. You didn't even respond. Go to your text messages right now. Go to your May 18th text message, Tuttle.
That's all he does is talk over you.
All right, go ahead.
That's all he does.
All right, go ahead.
So, Alex, you send me one text with the county council meeting information. That did not tell me when I needed to be there.
Yeah, you didn't respond to the text message, Dodo Bird. Maybe if you would have given me a response, I could have given you more information. How many text messages do I need to send you if I want to talk to you? Does it take more than one text message, Tuttle? Do I need to text you more than one time? You can't even give me the respect to respond to my one text message, so you're going to sit here and try to job me out? When I'm the one that texted you, I got the text messages, I got the receipts, so I'm not going to sit here and play little games, Tuttle. I texted you, so don't come on the air and say, oh, I didn't text you. Do not lie, Tuttle, because when I get to Tampa and I go to Orlando, then I am gonna have a problem because I'm gonna take your phone, I'm gonna show you where the text messages are, and I'm gonna shove that phone right up there and I shoved all that other stuff and I did that jack-off game.
Oh, no. Yeah. Holy, that got intense.
Now, Alex, you are a user. You disrespect Bubba all the time. You completely job him out on a regular basis.
Now hold on.
Is this a gimmick? This is a work. This is a work. This is a work.
Biggest hypocrite known to man.
Hold on. Let me talk. It's my show.
Is Paige your beard?
This does feel.
Hold on. Paige said he was upset too.
Stop. Everybody stop.
Oh man.
because everybody is ganging up on Alex right now, and it feels like we're laying in the bushes for him, and that's exactly.
No, it doesn't feel very good, does it, Alex?
No, Tuttle.
Shut up, Tuttle. I'm not going to deal with a developmentally disabled adult like you with a serious drinking problem that still has fetal alcohol syndrome as an adult. Okay, Tuttle. So listen. First of all, I didn't drive anybody out though. Okay, hold on.
You wouldn't say that to my face. You wouldn't.
Tuttle,
you got 50 pounds on me, and you wouldn't say that. You're the biggest hypocrite I've ever seen.
Tuttle, I'm going to come up there, and I'm going to twist you like a pretzel next time I get to Tampa. I'm going to twist you out, and Macho's not going to protect you. Lummy's not going to protect you. Bubba's not going to protect you.
Pussy.
The only thing that's going to protect you is the sweet sounds of you entering heaven. That's the only thing that will protect you.
I don't believe in heaven. I'm not some holy roller like you are that believes in some fake God.
Tuttle, everybody, please be quiet. Let me speak. It's my show. Tuttle, why are you bonsaiing
because nobody else is standing up for you, Bubba.
Tuttle, all you had to do is upon his first text that tells you the information about the meeting.
What am I supposed to do? I'm tired of people wanting me to do stuff and not sending me info.
You know what? Tuttle, you're really getting on my last nerve right now. So you need to back it down a notch.
Well,
I'm trying to navigate through this with two irate friends, two irate contributors to the show. Let me navigate through this. Tuttle, when a guy sends you the information of a meeting that you guys have kind of semi-agreed to meet upon, just an acknowledgement of thanks, got it, is all that is really what you should do. Thank you, Alex, I got it. At that point, then he can engage you more so about what the particulars could be, but you can't hang him out with not even returning got your information. At that point, he has no idea if you're participating, if you just want to know the information.
Did you feel, Tuttle, because I talked to Tuttle a little bit, and he was
That's information I could have found on the internet on my own. He could have easily texted me and said, hey, I need
Tuttle,
you at the county council.
He texted you the information.
I did text you.
It's your responsibility.
Is this a work? This can't be real.
It's a horrible work if it is. And here's the deal, Tuttle. If I was to send you that information, would you acknowledge me?
If you would have sent me a text instead of sending me a link to something that I don't even know what the hell it is.
Okay, when I at least...
First of all, time out. Tuttle, you had a lot of context to what that link was. You knew about what that link was. I said I'm going to send you this link. You didn't respond to that.
I thought you were a professional.
Tuttle, you would respond to... whatever Alex sent you with regards to that information with that municipal meeting, if I had sent that to you, you would have sent back to me, your boss, guy that you work with on the air, you would have said, Bubba, now am I supposed to be there? What time do I get there? What do you want me? What are we doing? We haven't written anything. Do you got me a camera guy? Do I wear the Whites for Warren shirt? Like you would, that would have initiated that. Hold on. I threw the tether out to you. Then I'm expecting one back. I'm expecting one back.
You also would have, instead of just sending me a random link to something that I could have looked up my own.
Tuttle, I can cut you off. I can cut you off. Tuttle, real quick. Tuttle, real quick. What does the word random mean to you? What does the word random? Does random mean the meeting that we've been talking about for the past 2 weeks? A link to that? Does that seem random to you? Because I'm worried about your memory, because we talked about this for 2 weeks. So I sent you a link to a meeting that we talked about for 2 weeks. How would that all of a sudden meeting be so random?
On the air,
randomly. Yeah, on the air. We talked about it for 2 weeks, and then I send you a link to that meeting, and you're like,
"Would you not?"
Meeting? Oh my god!
This is horrible.
I know.
This is horrible.
This can't be real. This can't be real.
Tuttle, you're making Alex's appearance horrible. Yeah. If you got a problem with him, Tuttle, then deal with it between you and him and keep it off my airwaves, because I personally, Tuttle, my ruling on the deal, and maybe everybody else can go out throughout the room, Seth and Lummy and maybe Macho Man. Hold on, Tuttle. Don't nobody interrupt. Everybody's going to have their own opportunity to speak. I don't think that Alex did anything wrong. I think you owed Alex a text back. That's what I feel. And I think that you're dying on the wrong hill right now. Lummy, what do you think? Now, hold on. We're gonna go. We're gonna go out throughout the room, and everybody. Listen, there's no right or wrong answer. Rule however you want. We're all friends. We're gonna stay friends. We're gonna remain friends. When Tuttle's here on Wednesdays, I'm still gonna have Alex on. We'll wade through this. We'll get through it. Lummy, what's your ruling? You heard my ruling.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think knowing that Stein is a very busy person, that the way he sent it was at least acknowledging that Tuttle. So he sent it out. I think Tuttle should have responded with, like, hey, what time, what location, expanded on it, and not just kind of blew off the text. Which
I mean, Tuttle, you could have literally said, "Got it. Tell me more." I mean, you could have literally said that. Got it. Give me some more data.
Or said,
Boom.
"What is this?" or something.
And that's why I thought he didn't want to go, because I sent this on Sunday, May 18th, 2 days or the day before the meeting, and he still didn't respond. So I'm like,
no, hold on. I got one other person who's, I'm sure has a great opinion about this, and that would be the.
Real quick, but before the other person, I want to get their opinion though. But remember, I also did have to bring Joey C, who did shout out Bubba Army at Clearwater. So once again, even without Tuttle there, I still was able to put in the legwork and get somebody else to go speak and still shout out Bubba Army, even without Tuttle not responding. So I was still able to accomplish a task and shout out Bubba at the meeting, even without you not responding. So that's how proactive I am. I have levels. If the first level fails, I have a second level. Go ahead.
Seth Kushner, your opinion on all this nonsense?
Well, I know that Tuttle was, in the weeks leading up to Alex coming here, I talked to Tuttle a little bit, and he had told me that they were going to work on some things. And I know that Tuttle was very, very excited. So I believe that Tuttle thought that it was going to be more than it was, and there was going to be more involvement and more details. And I think maybe that's why he feels like he was rejected, or he was hung out to dry. I think he thought it would be a little bit.
Seth, how can I hang him out to dry when I texted Tuttle on Sunday? I texted him. The communication was not me.
I'm explaining just where I think that he's coming from. I think when I had talked to him a few weeks ago, I thought that it was going to be you and him that were going to be doing, a ton of things together.
And I texted him on Sunday, just starting the conversation. It's not my job to text him 6 different times. If I text Tuttle one time, Tuttle should respond to that.
What, Tuttle?
Nothing. It's, you know what? I'm the bad guy. Bubba, you
are the bad guy. You are the bad guy this time, because Tuttle, I like you. I'm a Tuttle mark. You're picking the wrong guy to fight with, because I'm a guy that would potentially always have your back.
Boss?
What's that?
Would he just send a random link to his cokehead boss at the Blaze?
Are you talking about Glenn Beck?
Yeah.
He's on coke. And would I send a random link to my boss at the Blaze? Okay, first of all, Tuttle, I hate to break it to you, we aren't co-workers. I'm not your boss. We are friends on a podcast, okay? So our parasocial relationship, I think maybe you might have a misinterpretation of our friendship.
I have no misinterpretation. I
now
think
you're
a user,
Glenn Beck, I'm your boss.
That's it.
I sent you a message. I want you to come with me. You didn't respond. You live in Orlando. I understand that, it's probably not that easy to just drive 2 hours and just come straight to Clearwater and speak at the meeting. I sent you the text messages. I had 10 different things going on. I'm not going to sit there and change it.
Tuttle,
his time is more important than mine. So, I'm wrong.
Yeah, well, theoretically it is, because I charge more for my time. It's not that I'm worth more than you. It's that I value my time differently than you. That is a fact.
Tuttle.
It's a fact.
You're on a real slippery slope right now that you don't want to be on. I just want to tell you that. You do not want to.
And Tuttle, I'm not John Morgan. John Morgan's running for governor. I'm not running for crap, because I'll come to Tampa and I will throw you into the Gulf of America, and I will watch you get eaten by a shark.
But Tuttle, I don't know what changed on real fast and why you decided to get all this heat. I didn't have obviously a problem with it. I had forgiven Alex, and we'll work out our indifferences. But for you, to me, it's like you're getting cheap heat on something where fundamentally, when text goes text, return, text, return, text, return, much like all communications. And so when he sends out an initial text about a potential thing that you guys might be doing, and you don't acknowledge it at all, I don't know how anybody else can see it any other way that it's not his fault. and that you that you roll up in here and call him a fake and a fraud and a one-way and a user and all that kind of deal. And I don't feel that way. You may, but I feel as if you're fighting something that you're not on solid ground with. Now, if you had some real Alex Stein situation, I'd be listen, my loyalty is to you, Tuttle. I've known you longer, but I'm going to call it the way I see it. And the way that I see it is that he tried to incorporate you by giving you the information, and you didn't have any more correspondence with him. Is it his job to say, did you get that? Are you ghosting me?
Were you upset at that point, Tuttle? Did you feel like that you would have had you were expecting to hear from him before that text?
I mean, just a little bit of, hey, this is what we're doing, instead of just a goddamn link to just some random thing that I could have found on my own.
Okay, Tuttle, quit calling it random. We were on the air for weeks talking about this meeting, and then I send you a link to a meeting. Do you understand the definition of random? Okay, random is not something we talked about for 2 weeks. So if I send you a link to a meeting, it's the meeting that we've been talking about. Like, I'm not mad. I'm just saying, when you keep calling something random, when it's not random, that's making me more upset than you getting mad at me. Because if I would have sent you a link to a meeting in Albuquerque, New Mexico, that may have been random. But sending you a link to a meeting that we've talked about for multiple weeks on a date that I'm going to be in town, that's not random. That's very specific. It's the opposite of random.
You're right, and I'm just gonna bow down because I know that Bubba's mad at me and stuff.
No,
and
it's not.
I'm just gonna let it go.
It's not bowing down. It's just
no, we're not even need to bow down. You don't have to apologize to me. I'm not even mad. I'm just more confused, Tuttle, because at 1 minute I'm like, this guy's
sharp. You shouldn't be confused. It's pretty plain and simple.
What?
Okay, then why didn't you respond to my text messages? That's a simple thing. Why didn't you respond?
Do I have this now every Wednesday uncomfortableness when I have Alex on?
No, because I'm a good employee and I listen to what you tell me what to do. If you want me, I can play nice and do whatever it is. I think.
Hold on. You know what you just did?
What?
What he did? What he got in trouble and got mad. You just did what he did.
John Morgan. You just did the John Morgan ambush.
I had no.
It's not very good, is it?
Tuttle, hold on. I had no.
Because you did it, Tuttle. That's why.
Tuttle, I had no idea you were going to do this. You pulled this one completely out of your ass. You are engaging a friend and a guest of the show that I'm not familiar with. Lummy, you as the executive producer should be.
Lummy's getting blamed.
No, but I mean, at the end of the day,
for what?
I mean, I think we all need to stick together, and I think that somebody needs to take Tuttle aside and say, this fake heat or whatever type of heat you're trying.
But I don't think it was fake. And not that we're going to sit around and talk about our feelings, and not that I don't want to speak for Tuttle, but I think that Tuttle was somewhat hurt, and that turned into being.
No, how many times do I need to text Tuttle without him responding to me? How can I hurt him?
Alex,
I messaged him first. I'm confused.
I'm just trying to shed some more light.
I'll piss you off again and say
I know,
random.
but it's like he dumped me, but he's mad at me. You understand that I said, hey, hello, this is the meeting. Can I get a response?
Well, hold on. Let's unwind it a little bit further, and let's not forget that this just wasn't a random text that Alex sent. This was a random text with the information about stuff we had spoke about on the air. We had talked about it for a week or two about this particular meeting and this particular series of events. So it wasn't even a random text that just appears out of nowhere. No. It's kind of validating and backing up and verifying the meeting that we have been speaking about prior.
What did it verify? He could have easily just texted me and said, hey, I need you at the Clearwater County Council or whatever it is at 1 p.m.
That was implied. I didn't think I had to say that. If you would have given me
hold on. That was probably coming once you acknowledged that you got that.
So I gotta acknowledge just a link to something that I could have looked up.
You have to respond in a professional setting. You have to respond.
Is this how you run Pimp on a Blimp on your own? You just
yes,
send
when I'm
people
making
random
content, when I'm making content or making a video, whether you're on my set or you're on a movie set, communication is key.
Unlike anything that I do. I text out. What's the first thing that every one of you? I put hey.
Yep.
I put hey.
Yeah.
Make sure you
Bubba
respond.
always does that.
I put hey, and then you know
and
what?
I hate that because I think I'm in trouble.
I know, me too.
And here, I don't get into the topic. I just went, hey, that establishes that I'm trying to contact you.
I would have replied to that.
Okay,
If
well,
Alex
that was
said, hey,
that
I
was
would have replied.
that was his hey. That was his hey.
it's not.
Okay, Tuttle. All right, it's.
Tuttle, it's cheap heat. I'll forgive you though.
And Tuttle, here's the thing.
You're a hypocrite for calling saying cheap heat.
Not only is it cheap, but it's dumb. Like you're so much better a worker than that.
I didn't even do anything to you, Tuttle. I wanted you to be there. I'm mad at you. If anybody should be mad, I should be mad at you. But
Tuttle,
I have empathy for you.
Tuttle, you're
I don't
usually
need your empathy, dude. You don't give a damn about me.
Tuttle.
That's not the case at all. I texted you, Tuttle. Remember this. I texted you the information expecting you to give me a response back. You didn't respond, so I thought maybe you're busy. Maybe you're in Orlando. Maybe you're trying to get back together with your wife. I had no idea.
Tuttle, let me just tell you this. I got to say goodbye to Alex. Tuttle, you are not bettering yourself with me right now. And this is the old Tuttle that I absolutely despise and don't want to work with. This cheap heat, stupid. Like if it was a bona fide, really, really clear cut high spot, I'm all about it because you're not afraid. You're not afraid to bring heat to anybody, and for that I like you. But this is cheap, stupid. You know, like this is why you're not. You've been fired for almost every radio job because you go down some of these stupid. You fight some of these stupid battles. You know, maybe you're trying to get thrown off the show. Maybe you're not man enough to text me and say I can't do Wednesdays anymore because they are messing up my work schedule. I get that. I would understand that, and I could go with it. But if you're bonsaiing my guest on over something that, quite frankly, you're not in the right about. You're just not. Just law. You're not.
Well, Tuttle, let me tell you this, and this is one thing you're gonna learn, and I learned this, and because I am, even though I know sometimes it feels like I'm one way, but what happened, what you did today is, and I did it with you. There's no good deed goes unpunished. I try to, help you out, and I tried to include you, but I guess I didn't include you enough, so you got mad at me. So what you're trying to do is you're trying to do a good deed for Bubba, trying to, job me out in front of Bubba, but it looks stupid. It was not real heat, and now you've hurt yourself. So you trying to do a good deed this morning, trying to defend Bubba, has just made you look much dumber, Tuttle. And I did message you. Hold on.
And here's this. I agree with what Alex just said. You just jobbed yourself out with me. Like,
are you being for real, Bubba? Like,
yeah, I mean, that was a battle I didn't ask you to fight. I didn't ask you to fight that battle. If I'd taken you aside today earlier and said, hey, listen, you know what? Alex does me dirty, and I think he's one-way Alex, and I like for you to, once we get him on and establish, I want you to bonsai him a little bit with leaving you one text and leaving you out to dry. Had I had that conversation, this would have been different, but I didn't have that conversation because I don't think that him leaving you a text about the information that you guys potentially might need, I think a respectful thank you or got it, I think something like that was needed from you so that he could potentially go down the path of what else is needed to be done. I need you here by this time. I need you this and that. Do you got a cameraman? Is Merch Crick going to come as a camera? Do you got one of those wireless mics? Where do you want to meet? Do you want to meet at the studios half an hour before? But just a straight ghosting.
Here,
I cannot rule against Alex for that.
Here, okay. So, and this is probably, but you know what? I'm probably going to die on this hill, and you guys could probably be mad at me all you want to.
I'm not mad at all, Tuttle. I'm not mad at you one bit.
Oh no.
But Alex Stein and the Whites for Warren thing are on the same level. No preparedness at all. Nobody is getting me the info that I need. I didn't find out that the meeting was canceled until I reached out.
Don't confuse the two. Because
No,
Whites for Warren has nothing to do.
I know Whites for Warren. I saw that bit, but that's Okeechobee, right?
That's and the meeting got canceled, and we are short staffed. And Erica had to go to the doctor's office 2 days for some certain procedures.
But Okeechobee will have meetings every 2 weeks, so that's not that big a deal, right?
And you can register the week of, so the day of.
Yeah.
So, anyway,
what's you got going on, Alex?
I got a lot going on, and I'll be actually in Tampa very soon to kick Tuttle's butt. I'm emceeing the Young Republicans of Florida in Sarasota, so I will be. And I ordered a gift for Bubba to the studio, so you guys need to be on the lookout for that. I don't want somebody to job out that gift I got. But no, everything's good. And Tuttle, everything's good with you. I don't know why you're trying to get this cheap heat, but
I'm good, man. I'm making more money than I've ever made in my life, so I'm doing pretty good.
Okay. And he's got 3 cats, so Alex is obviously a cat lover. You guys got that going.
I want you to have money. I hope you have a lot of money, Tuttle. And once again, I wanted to include you. Really, I'm the one that should be mad because you ignored my text messages. So I just want that. But I'm not going to be mad because you're my friend.
I'm the a-hole.
Tuttle, do you feel do you feel better at all after talking to Stein, or do you feel still pretty worked up?
It should probably feel worse.
I'm just straight down the middle. It's like I could either go either really poorly or really great. So it's like
Tuttle, why didn't you respond to the text though? Why not respond to the text? I know you got the text.
How about you send me a little bit more information than instead of stuff that I could find on my own.
We're talking in circles now, and I'm running late. Alex, I'll be in touch.
I thought you were smarter than that, Tuttle. I'm sorry that I overestimated you. I apologize. I'll never do that again.
Degree at
I will
LSU doesn't make you smart.
No. Okay, well, do you have a degree from anywhere?
No, I got my AA from DBCC, so I'm good with that.
Did you get a high school degree?
Yes, I did. DBCC is a community college. To get into community college, you got to have a high school degree, dumbass.
Okay.
Is that a real high school degree, or is that some sort of, like homeschool certification, gimmick deal? Or is it a real?
Alex,
did you walk on a stage?
I'll text you later.
Did you walk on a stage?
Obviously, me and Tuttle probably need to speak privately. So,
no, I'm fine with Tuttle. Tuttle wanted some cheap heat, and he got it.
Yeah,
he
did.
All right.
And we're running late.
See you
Alex,
guys.
talk to you soon.
Peace.
Bye.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com.
Right now.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Don't want to have too much heat with Stein. Just move on.
I think Tuttle missed the ball there.
What up, Troy?
You're right. I mean, I usually like the cheap heat with Tuttle, but I think that one got away from him. I don't know what the fuck I don't know what his intentions were.
I think he thought that it was going to be a little bit more intricate than it turned out to be.
I mean, fundamentally, if somebody texts you, you have to acknowledge it. You got it. And if you don't acknowledge that you got it, it's not the person's responsibility to retext you.
No, I got it. I'm just saying that just from the information I had from weeks ago,
right,
was he said he was going to meet up with Stein. They were going to do a bunch of stuff. He was going to get some stuff for the show. And, I think when Stein hit town, he was he was busy and he was getting out what information he thought he needed to get out to his people, and whether it's a miscommunication or intentional, I think they'll both be fine.
Well, I think Paige said it in chat. She said, if Tuttle was so excited, why didn't she reach out to Stein to see what his plan was too?
Who?
That's what Paige said. She said, why didn't he reach out to if he was so excited, why didn't he reach out to Stein and try to set something, make sure everything was set up?
I honestly, God, think that Tuttle's not digging Wednesdays, and I honestly, God, I think that's the feel I get, that he doesn't want to do this anymore. Because he always said,
just from going after Stein?
I know Tuttle, and that's the old Tuttle. That very much is the old Tuttle.
What up, Nash?
And he self-sabotages himself, so he feels better about getting fired.
I love Chet. I love Jalen Williams. I just hope they get 4 more.
What's up, Bubba Nash? What's up, Troy from Canada?
What up, 305? I'll take it, Berto. I don't want to disrespect the Pacers. I just think it's always been OKC versus whomever.
Who's the number 1 seed? Boston?
No, Cleveland.
Cleveland was?
Yeah.
Boston was 2?
Boston was 3.
Oh.
Wait, no. Boston was 2, Knicks 3, Pacers 4. What up, Wet Ice Tea? The one thing remains consistent. We can't do something without somebody telling us it sucked.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabedo studios.
Aquabedo.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
This will be a quick one.
$20 upstate New York FTE.
What happened? I don't like that. I didn't like that exchange at all.
You don't like a good back and forth?
I think Tuttle did to him what he did to John Morgan a little bit. I wasn't informed of this adversarial mindset that Tuttle had. He never alerted me of that. So let's just strip this right down to that, and what we're doing, and who's in charge around here, and whose show this is, and who's, and with that comes a lot of responsibility of making payroll and paying the bills and what have you. And I do pay Tuttle. And I try to pay him extra too, and he doesn't make a lot, but he makes a little bit. And when he does extra stuff, I throw him an extra 50 to 100. And Tuttle, I'm sure you've seen that on your paycheck.
And I'm appreciative of it, but
you have a history of listen.
It hurts for you to say that I'm sabotaging myself.
Well, but Tuttle, what am I supposed to think? I've had so many years with you. And now I'm one of the very few to have so much faith in you that you're a co-host. You're not just some piss boy, some stunt boy. You're an actual co-host more than you're anything. And we rely on your street skills on some instances, but you are genuinely a co-host first. And this is what you do. I've had a 20-year history with you. Mm-hmm. This is what you do. You did it. You did it when you were on the Monsters. You did it when you were with Calta. You did it when you were with Drew. You did it with me 3-4 times, where you just get inside your own head, feel as if you need to champion a certain cause or stick up for a certain buddy or get heat with a certain situation, and it ends up absolutely blowing up in your face every time. Every time.
Okay, look,
and if you feel Alex is one way and he uses us, and that's a whole nother issue from not communicating with him trying to communicate with you. Communication in itself is A, B, A, B, A, B. That's communication. I talk, now you talk. Then I talk, then you talk. Same as texting.
Mm-hmm. But you've known me for those 20 years. For the most part, I'm pretty efficient when it comes to crossing my T's and dotting my I's and replying. I think Seth would admit to that. I think Lummy would admit to that. I think everybody would say that I'm good. Just, but if I don't hear for you for a couple of weeks, and you just send me a random link to something.
Well, hold on. Within those 2 weeks, we had spoke on the phone about this situation with you and him on the air.
I've not talked to him.
With me. We talked about these scenarios, and he sent you a text that had the information of the meeting he wanted you to attend. Now, if you would have 100% in the right, you would be, and I think Seth and Lummy and Macho Man, your mic's up as well, you would be 100% in the right, to the point where I would be having this conversation with Alex being wrong. If he'd sent that, what he did to you, you in return acknowledged that you got it, just got it, what are we doing from here? And then he ghosted you and only left you with the information he gave you. I, at that point, would 100% be on your side. But to ghost him when he threw out the initial information, which was, 3 days before you guys needed to do it?
Mm-hmm.
Hold on. He didn't send that text 5 hours before you needed to do it. He didn't send that text day of. He sent that text 2 or 3 days prior to you guys doing this. So he sent it well within time to plan. And had you just acknowledged that you received that, I 100% would be on your side.
Now, you do know, like, I've done other things with Alex when I went down to FIU to help him out, and he paid me really, really well. I don't want anybody to think like I'm being a complete dick.
That makes this even more self-destructive.
Don't let me finish then. Like,
go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm just trying to say, when we did that thing, he sent me a detailed text. Here's the address. Here is the time that I need you there. This is what I need you to do while you're there. I need you to go around and I need you to do this. He didn't just send me a link to the turning point or whatever it is and just said, have at it.
Yeah, but Stein's saying, did he ask you to help him that day? Because he's saying that with Clearwater, he didn't need help. He was trying to throw you hey, come down and let's get you some content and do all that kind of stuff.
He didn't necessarily
Would it have been content for the BRN or would it have been content for him?
Both. That's what he's saying. Both.
Tuttle's first and foremost loyalty is me.
Well, yeah, so I'm saying Stein would have had his own content and Tuttle would have had his content.
Listen, Tuttle, here's the deal. I got to go. But you need to fundamentally...
I'm sorry, I know you're mad at me.
You need to fundamentally tell me right now, Seth's worked with you before. Lummy's worked with you before. I've worked with you the most. Macho Man, I don't think has ever had any interactions with you. when he was at iHeart. Are you doing the standard self-sabotage so that you feel better about yourself on getting fired, or do you genuinely want to be here on Wednesdays?
Bubba, I know that you pay me, and I'm very, very grateful for that, but nobody at the BRN does more content than I do. Nobody. And it's not even close. And I don't complain about it. If I did not want to be here, why would I be doing that many shows?
There's 3 dudes here that are here every Monday through Friday at 6 to 10. There's 2 other dudes that do a couple
full-time employees. I'm talking part-time.
Yeah. Tuttle, we know how much you do, and it's very well received, and it's very much appreciated.
So I want to be here. I wouldn't be doing it if I didn't want to be here.
Then don't do what you just did. Because it was chicken shiz. It really was. It wasn't a hill to die on. And I haven't looked at chat, and I haven't looked at what people are saying.
Well, they're a bunch of Republican a-holes anyway, so they're going to side with Alex Stein anyways.
I don't think so. I think they're
Actually,
going to.
There's a lot of haters on Alex Stein in the chat, but now you probably didn't help that out.
I don't care. I can be the dark hat. I can wear the dark hat.
Okay.
Shout out to Paige.
I just hope that you have a hat to wear, Tuttle.
I got a big head, so
no,
it's kind of hard to find.
That I don't take my hat away.
All right.
I don't appreciate what you did. That was really, really rookie, cheap, stupid heat.
Okay. And you know what? You're probably right.
No,
but
I am.
It won't be
I
the
am
first
right.
time.
I mean, I am. I've been doing this a long time.
Mm-hmm.
I'm mad at you, and I'm going to start problems with you, and I'm going to call you names, and I'm going to threaten to beat you up, and you're a piece of shiz, and you're one way, and all this because you sent me only one text about what we're supposed to do, and not several. When you, the guy that's got the most heat, didn't even respond to that one text. I'm sorry. There's no other way to score it.
All right. That's just not, in my opinion, great, planning for something. So
no, this whole thing's been horribly planned. You think I would have planned this crap-ass bit on my show? You think I would have planned that we couldn't get any information out of Alex today, and instead it was just you two being a couple little bitches?
Wait, we're getting real information from Alex Stein now?
Tuttle, I'll see you later, buddy.
Thanks for letting me finish.
You've been listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, starring
me, Bubba the Love Sponge,
co-host and show historian Lumet.
It's Seth, co-host and president of podcasting.
It's Brian Matroni, king of counter programming.
You're wiring up. It's Mini Macho.
The BRN agent, Thomas Buttoned Up B.
Co-host Dr. Dan Diaco, Esquire of Council. Co-host J. Diaco, Esquire, the Spitting Cobra of Council.
Now, time for the legal disclaimer.
Exactly. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this show without express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
We must dissuade him of this delusion.
Until next time, always remember.
I'll repeat hello. I'm back.